In the background?
Sponsors do it.
Gentlemen, welcome. We're charged with filling some airtime as people get ready for our big event, Shaping CT's Future, Sports Entertainment. Rob Thompson, Gridiron 1880.
Walter Camp.
All right.
Walter Camp Football Foundation.
You do so much, you
have to.
Make sure you're promoting the right.
You have to. This part of my life, I don't want to work for anybody anymore. So yes, you have to do a bunch.
Nick Caparelli, Executive Director of Bowl Season, and Doug Phillis from Accelerate Sports Ventures. Looking forward to today. Rob, you were part of the sort of brain behind, this
No, I was the brain behind it.
Okay,
let's be honest about how this whole thing started. So we met.
Well, Sam's going to be on in a little bit, but I'm
going to bash him too.
You guys are going to have to fight over credit.
Yeah. So we met, I don't know, 6 months ago when we first started pitching the idea. You looked at me like I was cross-eyed when I said this is the biggest opportunity and we're missing it as for sports innovation in the state of Connecticut. The reason why is, number one, is that American football was created here in New Haven by New Haven native Walter Camp. Then when you look at the wiffle ball and you kind of go right down the line, right? The Frisbee, the wiffle ball, Starter Sports, ESPN, it's all here.
You convinced me. I came around.
Well, it took me a while because you're like, really? I said, it's not about pro sports. It's not about having pro sports on a college campus because we only have one of those, right? But they don't have real good football, so it really doesn't count, right? So we don't have that in this state. But what we do have is we have a lot of capital that gets deployed into technology, right? We just have to point it towards sports technology and sports innovation, right? We have the education piece of it, which we lean in on. And we got 90% of the league office that lives from all the 4 leagues that are in New York. They all most of them live in Connecticut. So the brain's here, and then the industry, the manufacturing part of it's all here. If you pick up Connecticut and you put it anywhere else in the country, they're dying saying we're the sports innovation capital of the United States. We haven't said that yet until today. Right? And that's what I was trying to convince you on. Forget the pro sports side of it, because we're a pro sports market for New York and Boston, right? We're not going to have pro sports here anymore except for what we have at Mohegan Sun. We don't need it. We need to power the industry. We need to be the ones that are impacting the way we watch, play, and consume sports at the game, at home, and on the go. And when you look at the history of what we've had, the fact of the matter is we have to lean in on that, right? We have to point AI and quantum over to sports technology innovation, right? Sports is a $3 trillion industry, much larger than the healthcare industry. Healthcare industry is a vertical in the sports industry. It's not the other way around, right? So for me, that was my passion over nachos and beer we have to do this. Mm-hmm. And obviously you can hear it in my voice. And at this point in my career, when I had my career, so that's why I jokingly said I want to work for anybody. That's not actually true. I work for Nick. So anyways, there you go.
I mean, Nick, what were your first thoughts? Connecticut event, sports, entertainment, innovation. You have a much broader sort of traditional perspective when it comes to sport in your day-to-day. So having ties to Cheshire and Connecticut itself, what were your thoughts about what we're trying to accomplish?
Yeah, I had a number of thoughts. I mean, the first one was, I thought it was a great idea from the get-go. I had to put even more, think a little deeper about it. I didn't know much about the Rebellion Group. I was excited that this event was initially going to be in Cheshire. Since I grew up in Cheshire, maybe 2 miles from where your office is, I was probably the only person who was disappointed it moved from Cheshire to Foxwoods. But still happy to be here. Everything Rob just mentioned and more, I'll add some other things to your list of sports innovation, sports hubs that exist here in Connecticut. I knew of all those things, but I guess in my mind, until Rob approached me about coming here, I never really just put all the pieces together and say, there is a lot going on in the state of Connecticut in sports. I mean, you didn't even mention what would be first is that we're the basketball capital of the world. I mean, 18 national championships between men and women. Mm-hmm. You did mention Walter Camp, with all due respect to our friends from New Jersey. And Doug, I know you spent some time at Rutgers. That game that Rutgers and Princeton played a long time ago really didn't look much like American football. It was 25 on 25, no line of scrimmage, no stoppage of play. It was rugby. But that's fine. Walter Camp invented the modern game. He created the current rules, the line of scrimmage, the stoppage of play. You mentioned Starter, WWE down in Stamford. Mm-hmm. We didn't even talk about that. We have a premier one of the Tier 1 PGA Tour events, with the Travelers. It used to be the Greater Hartford Open when I was a kid.
Yeah.
When I was a kid growing up, I played on the junior GHO, events. Used to go to the GHO every year. In my mind, it was the GHO, then the Masters, and then all the other events in terms of priority. So I was always proud to be from Connecticut, always proud of all the sporting events in Connecticut that I was fortunate enough to be a part of growing up. And now that I've worked in the sports professions for so many years, it's kind of coming a little full circle and causing me to really put a little bit more thought into it and say, you know what, there's a lot that's happened in the state of Connecticut over the years that has helped the evolution of sports in a lot of different ways. And it probably makes sense that we're on the forefront of the next phase and the next evolution in sports. I'm kind of excited for that.
I mean, that's a hope, right, that we can kickstart that next evolution. One of the things that I kind of had pushed back on Rob about was those are all truths, but then we kind of dropped the ball in some ways where we didn't keep innovating, didn't keep pushing. We introduced a lot of concepts, and even from the broadcast side and ESPN, or you mentioned WWE and others, but then some of the other firsts were kind of, the baton was taken by other companies, and continued to build upon. So the hope here is that this sparks some conversation that not only brings attention to the credibility that Connecticut has, but then brings folks together, brings the minds together, brings the finance together, the innovation to be able to carry that forward. Doug, what do you, from your perspective, when you think about the business and the economics, the resources, the funds that are sort of getting directed to grow sports and entertainment, what was top of mind as far as kind of what you expected from today, or the conversations that you have about where the opportunities could be explored later today?
Yeah, I mean, one, super excited to be here. Thank you guys. Congratulations. Like, walking into this room, you can feel what today is going to be, and it's been a home run already, right? So thrilled to be here. I think when you think about Connecticut, for us at Accelerate Sports Ventures, selfishly, like, we get to work day to day with UConn, right? And UConn athletics and all the great coaches and all the great teams. We're also working with Fairfield, right? And so when you think about seeing investment on a day-to-day basis, we get to see it right now in one of the most innovative spaces in sports, which is name, image, and likeness, right? And we're seeing Connecticut businesses investing in athletes, utilizing them to grow their businesses. And I think as you talk about it from a taking a step back and looking at the entire state, the investment in sports is continuing to grow, not only in Connecticut, but nationally. There's just women's sports, and we have the best women's sports platform in America with UConn women's basketball and what they just did, and Paige Beckers. I mean, just unbelievable, the exposure, the media coverage, and what they bring to the state of Connecticut, right? And think about all the tourism that they bring and all the fans that come and fly through BDL and fly through Tweed now. Like, there's an incredible economy that's being driven by UConn athletics, but also some of the other colleges as well.
And you mentioned the NIL, still a bit of an unknown as far as how to best utilize, right, from players' standpoint, from school standpoint. When you think about what that could turn into, do you see it being more player focused, or do you see the institutions not necessarily taking back control or kind of taking hold, because that was part of the interest in creating the NIL opportunity, but embracing it in new ways that benefit both to a larger extent?
Absolutely. I think what you're hitting on is what we're spending a ton of time on right now, right? Where I don't want to go into the deep rabbit hole of it, but we're on the doorstep of athletes being paid directly by colleges for their NIL. But the institutions that are going to do it best are the ones that are going out and bringing in those corporate relationships throughout the state, right? And you talk about the capital of the basketball capital of the world. Like, we worked with Connecticut Tourism to bring players to that press conference as part of an NIL deal, right? So, like, there's tremendous integration, collaboration, and that is going to be the difference, I think, as we go into this next evolution of NIL.
So, Rob, what's the future of Connecticut then? If you could define it, you're working on creating more of a flag in the ground and bringing more attention to certainly college football, but the state. How can we change the narrative outward on to the rest of the country?
I think once UConn is probably the best example of turning their attention over to that part of it. One of the universities in the state is going to do it. It's only a matter of time. UConn makes the most sense because of their entrepreneurship program. I think what you're finding in with NIL, it's giving these student athletes permission to explore. And it's not about the kids it's not about football and basketball. Mm-hmm. It's about the 95% of the other student athletes that are out there, which is roughly about 400,000 of them who can now start exploring that. At the end of the day, we are educators when you work with student athletes, right? And it's our job to get them to understand and discover their career paths. They've never been able to do that until now, legally, right? So that could be starting a t-shirt company, being a brand ambassador, right? Jack Betts, who's here, he had 140 brands that he represented at a Division III school. So it's about kind of being, now not every kid is going to take advantage of it. So taking a step back to answer your question, I think once people understand, especially in education, understand the opportunity, right, of how can I connect these student athletes and give them another pathway to their career? It could be entrepreneurship, right? Entrepreneurship is the new internship, right? So now they have a clear pathway to that. So I think for Connecticut, because we lean so heavy into innovation, technology, quantum, AI, healthcare, med tech, right? All of those things, you drive down the street and there's 60% of probably the wealth in the United States is in this state, right? Once you start connecting that group and you start connecting the state funding and the CI, CI and everybody starts funding that and the universities get behind it, we're going to have a whole different conversation another year from now. I guarantee you. There's two schools in this country that focus in on sports innovation, and you could use them as maybe a benchmark. And Nick, you'll know this. The first one is UNLV, right? And it's all because of this. It's the gaming piece of it. So they build it into their programming. The other one is Arizona State. And the reason why Arizona State, because it's coming from Saudi Arabia. That's where they send their kids to school. So they have the Arizona State Global Sports Innovation Center, and UNLV is getting involved in it right now. This state could be the Northeast hub of that. And so I think it's from a marketing standpoint, from an innovation standpoint, from education, all of those together, creating that ecosystem which we are today because of you, BJ.
Well, not
right.
The
and
team,
you picked up
not me.
Well, you picked up the tab that night too, so it's you.
Well, I want to kind of add on to what you said because it all kind of comes together. So.
Yeah.
BJ, you mentioned that maybe Connecticut was the leader in certain areas, and they maybe at times the baton was passed on, and other people ran with it. I think now with NIL, it's an unbelievable time for the state of Connecticut to rally around their sports, their pro sports, and most specifically the University of Connecticut, right? I worked in college athletics a long time. We used to say that UConn was the most SEC-looking university state outside of the SEC footprint, right? UConn fans act like SEC fans.
Right.
They're passionate about their university. It is the pro team. Until now, they couldn't personally or corporately invest directly in the athletes, but now they can, right? And as college athletics, anyways, is evolving, it's important that the people in the state of Connecticut continue to invest in the university, but also invest in the athletes so that they can perpetuate this phenomenal thing that they have going on here and this tremendous source of pride for the state. So then coming back to what Rob just said, if you're a student athlete now, you can get a head start on your career after sports by capitalizing on the fact that these businesses and the people in the state want to know you, they want to engage with you, they want to invest in you to help them build their business, right? You see pro athletes all the time who are not from, like, Teddy Bruschi's a friend of mine. I worked for the Patriots and he played. He lives in the Massachusetts area, not because he's from there. May not even like it, in terms of in terms of where to live. It's because he's important there and he has a lot of value there, right? You see a lot of guys in the pro world do that. You've seen that in the college space too. Donnie Marshall's a good friend of mine, former UConn great, lives in Connecticut. He's an entrepreneur. How great would it have been for Donnie to have started that tract while he was a student athlete, right? When he was at the height of his popularity in the state of Connecticut. He's still a big deal in Connecticut.
Right.
That's why he's here.
Yeah.
That's why it's part of what's making him successful. But if he could have started that when he was at UConn, it would have helped him personally, it would have helped the University of Connecticut, it would have helped the UConn basketball program. So that's the goal, I think, and I'm sure Doug is chomping at the bit to add to this. Everybody looks at NIL as, it's a recruiting inducement. Guys are just getting written a check. And in some cases it is. It's not being done, most of the time it's not being done in the way it was intended to. I hope these direct payments will be a positive step, and then NIL could go back to what it was intended for. But in a positive sense, NIL can really help these student athletes capitalize on who they are today and help mold who they're going to be in the future.
Yeah, the thing I would add, BJ, I'm thinking about it because we just passed tax season, right? And we deal with a ton of student athletes. And so when was the last time pre-NIL that you've heard a student athlete, they couldn't, right, because of the restrictions previously, come up to you and say, hey, I'm thinking about starting an LLC. I got to find a way to bring down my taxable income. What's an S Corp, right? All these life lessons that you learn when you get out into the real world, they're learning 18, 19, 20 years old. They're learning about investment accounts. We had a discussion about a SEP IRA the other day, setting that up for a 19-year-old. Like, there are some really, really great positive things that are coming out of this, and everybody's so focused on some of the things that Nick alluded to. And yeah, there are people getting paid to play sports, right?
Right.
And some of the numbers are out of this world. But there's also, unbelievable stories of kids sending money back home to take care of their family. Somebody not having to take on a second job while they're playing college sports because now they have NIL income. There's some really great stories that we're missing, and I think it's important that we start to talk about those.
Well, and now they're doing it because they're able to, right? And they can do it above board, and because ultimately, a certain population of those athletes are going to be looked upon to support the communities that they came from, or the family, their families. So if it is happening in an envelope and they're trying to send it back home versus now being able to invest and protect and think about what's post career and how to preserve funds for that. What I keep hearing is that the sport, right, like the actual play on the field, as far as Connecticut goes, may not be as important as the infrastructure and what fuels sport economy. You mentioned medical, you mentioned finances, when you start talking about education and the approach for these athletes now 500,000 plus that are able to get hands-on money that they otherwise wouldn't have had at that young age, how they preserve it, right, and don't become financial sort of cliches when it comes to the sports world, and it feels like Connecticut focus on education, focus on med tech and insurance is really primed to continue to sort of be the infrastructure engine that fuels sport growth.
I think it's both, really.
I mean, ideally, right? I think as fans, we all want it to be both,
equation.
Right? Yeah.
I think the passion for UConn basketball is a lot different now than it was before Gino Auriemma was hired and before Jim Calhoun was hired. I was a kid growing up in Connecticut at that time, and I could tell you it was different. So winning is important. It's important that the Travelers has the best golfers in the world coming and playing there. But then it's equally important, as you mentioned, to have this corporate support, these businesses behind it, continuing with innovation in the business world, in the sports world, and tying it all together.
I mean, I think that's where, when we get into a lot of the conversations about the the placemaking of the state as a sports hub, fans want the visibility, right? And they want sort of that notoriety of being on the forefront of having that pride and that competitiveness with other regions, other geographies, and Connecticut's hungry for it right now. If you look at the road signage to the pizza flight to DC to claim the pizza capital of the world, so it feels like embracing who we are as Connecticut and not necessarily waiting for the next pro team to come, or not looking too far into the past and being frustrated that the Whalers left us years ago, but recognizing what we have here and getting out there and enjoying that.
I think if you're ever going to bring the Whalers back, it needs to be in one of these casinos. I think you build it within a casino, you have a shot. If anybody, if somebody at some point wants to invest in that, that would be the only way to do it. I think the disconnect, I think ESPN could have an argument about the disconnect it's never stopped with them because they're continually reinventing themselves. So did the WWF to the WWE. But from aesthetics, I think we've all wanted something to hold on to. With Nick and I both growing up here, UConn wasn't necessarily a place that was even on your radar growing up. And until the tolls went away and the casino happened, Gamble Pavilion happens, right? UCLA could have an argument about the basketball capital at some point. Springfield, Massachusetts could have an argument about the capital at some point because you drive by the Hall of Fame, it's there, it was invented there. We'll see what happens after Geno, right? If that could be sustainable for all of us. We'll remember it. It's a great time. One of them, if UConn gets really serious about being a football program, which I think they want to be, then you got to put a stadium on campus because they're the only one in the country that doesn't have a stadium on campus. You can't get the 30,000 kids to roll out of bed and get on a bus, right? So there's a long way to go for them to do that, and I think they need the 1-2 punch so they could get the other half of the state to really root for them. And I think we all want that to happen. I don't know if we, so we're so much further ahead than when Nick and I grew up here than when we are, because it wasn't you didn't grow up rooting for UConn. My dad does. And a lot of my friends that went to school there do. But so I think from a business standpoint, I think if we have to focus in on lean in on the innovation side of it, the venture capital, the private equity, the team owners, they're here, and I think we just got to give them a reason to say, hey, point that kind of arrow towards me a little bit, so. Anyways.
I mean, you're kind of talking about a cathedral, right? That and that's where other regions, other communities, they have that stadium to go worship to their their sports kind of gods. And when you started talking about an arena in between the casinos, right? That can be
maybe
a spectacle, right? Or can Rentschler or can a UConn be that to Connecticut? I mean,
maybe. I think
it can.
Yeah, but it has to make good business sense. So think about it this way. What most people don't know, you don't see a sign on it. Yale University won 18 national championships in college football. Granted, it was a long time ago, but they were it. They actually won 27, but they only get accredited for 18 because the NCAA started in 1910. That's a lot of national championships that no one in the state's talking about. And they have an empty 65,000 seat stadium sitting right there. Could you imagine if Yale decided that they wanted to be a football power again with their funding, right, that they have behind them? So
my old boss at the Big East, Mike Tranghese, used to tell me all the time, and it's probably even more true now that you can pay the athletes. Yeah. If the Ivy League as a whole, let's take Yale, decided they wanted to compete in big-time college football,
game over.
They would win, and they would win big. They have more money than anybody else.
Yes, all right. Resources.
There's no doubt.
And think about this. What's Notre Dame without college football? What's Alabama without? Notre Dame without college football is Fairfield University. It's the reality of it. Yeah, I mean, what's Alabama without college football?
Well, without big time sports in general. So, working at the Big East, I was fortunate to know Dave Gavitt before he passed. When he founded the Big East in 1979 and invited the original 7 schools, it quickly became 9. his Massachusetts presence, his first invite was Holy Cross, not Boston College. And at the time, Holy Cross decided as a university they did not want to play at that level. So he said, okay, we went to Boston College. So to your example of Notre Dame and Fairfield, Boston College and Holy Cross. Real life example of what could have been versus what is.
It's a great example. I'm going to use
And
it.
Boston College hasn't necessarily really taken advantage of. They got the nice stadium. They just haven't.
Yeah, well, that's a level. That's a
team hasn't
that's a
improved
function of a level of commitment for sure. But they're competing at that level. And if you live in the West Coast and you ask what's your perception of Boston College and what's your perception of Holy Cross, you're not thinking that the sports team's not good. You're just thinking that Boston College is a better school because you've heard of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And maybe because it is now, but back then they were probably equal.
So, thoughts on what you hope to hear today, Doug? What were anything that any conversations you're interested in playing out live, where there's no censorship of opinions?
Yeah, I'm really interested to hear from the corporate community, right? Like, my belief, and I think the panel shares it, is like extremely optimistic about where Connecticut is going. Mm-hmm. And so understanding kind of where they want to go. Selfishly, there's definitely some NIL that we're interested in helping educate some folks on, but interested to just see if everyone's as optimistic as we are about where the innovation and progressive approach the state's taking.
I think the great thing about this event is everybody is going to get something different out of it based on who they are and where they come from. So Rob actually this is a passion play for him. It was his idea, and of course we all want our ideas to be successful. You're running the event, and you have a stake in the game. I think Doug is, UConn's a client, fostering business relationships, finding more ways to connect the people and the businesses of Connecticut to UConn's a big thing. And I grew up here, as I said earlier, like all of these things I'm familiar with, but just the notion that it all ties together in a way that really makes Connecticut kind of a unique place in the sports world, and a little bit of an unknown is kind of fun for me.
Well, it's really interesting that it's the most recent, but also the biggest, and forced us to kind of find our friends at Foxwoods and put it on here instead of in Cheshire. But the interest is at its peak as far as these events go, and we've had manufacturing and tourism and AI and cybersecurity, MarTech, a bunch of different topics that Connecticut businesses and government are interested in seeing grow and facilitate. But the interest in this topic is really compelling because you could tell that people feel like there's underlying opportunity that's really being kind of not taken advantage of.
And because it's sports.
And it's
cool. Fun.
Yeah.
I mean,
But that could be, it could have really fallen flat if people had what the perceived perception of sport and entertainment is in Connecticut, and it's like, oh, there's nothing there, right? But clearly
we're going to educate them today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, a sport management degree. Like, everybody has them now, right? Sport management degree, which is, arguably, I won't even go there on that one. I don't want to get myself in trouble. It's like in esports, the same thing. You start building out these programming where there's interest, right? And the interest is really here. I think it just took someone to be the thought leader in it, right? And you guys took the reins on that and said, we're gonna do it. We're gonna put it together and actually execute this.
And the hope, like we've talked about this, right, is that productive conversations and ideas come out of this.
Right.
I think the foundation of the events were always to try and get multiple conversations that are happening in the state around the topic, and most of the time it's the same faces that continue that meet on a recurring basis. So push them all together and let's try and get some new conversation to happen, and just facilitate it. We're not subject matter experts on most of the topics, but here it feels like there's more hope that there's truly new faces, different industries that kind of collide and see that, oh, there is opportunity. Oh, there's there's medical devices and innovative braces, right, for UCL and MCL repairs. There's the element of education and financial literacy, and then earnings and wealth preservation. There's placemaking, and how do we create an environment where people, it just feels like there's so much. And yeah, it's sport, but it truly is a feeder, right, for economy, and something that has really been untapped or ignored.
Yep.
It feels like.
Yeah, no, all those things are true. And I was serious when I said sport is fun, but in addition, sports tends to be kind of a unifier of all the things you mentioned, unifier of people. I mean, it's talked about a lot. No matter what background you're from, your race, your color, your religion, you get on the playing field and you're all the same. It's all equally. Best person wins, right? But then off the field, whether it's fans, whether it's businesses, if you have something to rally around that you could all have in common, you're going to find other ways to connect with one another.
Mm-hmm. And the money's always there too, right? Whether you look at some of these broadcast deals, and now these, the NIL valuations, and I think that's obviously driving in a positive way what these smaller market or less recruited athletes could be worth, so to speak. I hate to say it like that, but that increases their ability to build a personality and to earn funds. So, is there a method where you see the media side shifting drastically based off of how there's a distribution of
the media
of IP now?
Yeah, it shifts over to the athletes. They're content creators. So when I look at some of the things that we work on with all our alums at Walter Camp, you aggregate all of their followers together. You take some of the key, even the last Player of the Year award winners, you aggregate all those numbers together. Those are bigger numbers and subs than ESPN has from people. So I think it's not about the digital media partners of that. They're always going to be there for live broadcasts, right? We're always going to need that. But the content creators who these athletes are becoming, I think that's the most interesting piece of it. And then how do you give them a bigger voice? They don't need it. They can have it on their own. Until YouTube and all the social channels change their algorithms or change their business model, I think it's just going to continue to grow. So whether you're Jack Betts with 140 brand partnerships, regardless of whether, and Nick has heard this so many times, but regardless of whether you're Division I or you're Division III, how many cats sitting at this table play college anything in sports, right? There's only 5%. If you're playing Division III football at Wesleyan, you're a pretty special dude running around, period. So it's not about Division I. They got a bigger platform right now because the perception is, oh, they're pretty damn good. That Division III kid, he's special too because he gets up at 5. Just like the Division I kids, you can only have so many amount of time that you practice. You can only have so many times that you can be in meetings. It's all regulated. It's supposed to be. So the time and amount of effort that you put into it, it's the same. It's the audience you play in front of or the jersey you have. So for me, it's about honoring all of those kids, giving those kids equal amount of opportunities to create their career path, whether they're sitting on, they're this power forward at UConn who's going to get $500,000 or whatever he's going to get a year. God bless him. Get it while you can. Because this whole thing started out back with 1880. All those kids were getting paid. It was club sports, right? 1905, Princeton-Yale football game. And I know we're winding down here. The reason why this whole thing started with the NCAA, because we're coming full circle, is because the Yale-Princeton game back then. Now you had 20 years of football. Who was running Wall Street? Yale and Princeton. How many people showed up at that game? 50,000. What was the payday for that? The gate was equivalent of $400,000. Who took the money? The students. 6 months later, timeout. Yale president said, adults need to be in charge. NCAA was formed 4 years later, but started that next year. So we've come full circle in this whole conversation, but we've also come full circle of where we are as kind of the business of college athletics. Where kids used to get paid, the players used to get paid, to now they don't, and now they're coming back to getting paid again. So it's just interesting on kind of where we are, but it started here in New Haven with Walter Camp. So that's the real story for all of us to kind of wrap our heads around of. All of it started here. NCAA idea started here. The first athletic director was Walter Camp. It started here. So us as a state, whether we like it or not, I know it's the dirty world of college football, which the state doesn't really like that much, but they're going to, right? We're going to be the capital of American football at some point. I think I dragged my body out of here. So I'll end it here. So the thing about it is with Nick and I, we both grew up here, right? We had our careers outside of the state. 99% of our career was in other places, right? Working for some of the biggest brands and media companies and leagues in the world. And when we come back, we just know it could be so much better, right? And some of the things that we're both working on right now, I mean, what Nick's doing with college football, I mean, he's probably one of the most influential, I think in college, just college football in general. I
don't know about that, but thank you.
I think you are. Well, we were out at Vegas last week with all the 43 bowl games. He asked me to come out, and I begged him to come out, and I got in front of, and I told the same story. Most of the people who run the bowl games, one guy came up to me, I've been involved in college football for 40 years. He goes, I never knew Walter Camp did all that. So it's representing the state of Connecticut and bringing it all back here, and it's important to us. So that's it for me.
I mean, you educated me. I've gone to the Walter Camp dinners, and I've had friends that were highly participatory and on the board, and never really knew the history. Just always heard that they had trouble getting the athletes to come, time of year and whatnot. But I've bought into it.
You did.
I know we're winding down, but the thought just popped into my head. We need to be better storytellers, right? Tell the story of Walter Camp. Tell all the great stories about Connecticut, their innovation in the sports space, the success in sports, team sports, individual sports, all the sports heroes and legends from Connecticut. That's the key. And as we talk today a lot about, broadcasts and content, it's all stories, short stories, long stories. How do we tell stories that are compelling to people, get your message across, and have people enjoy it?
Love that. I think that's a good sort of wrap. As you said, we got a couple minutes before we have a little break. How do we preserve that? Just as the final point, I think, Doug, what you've been talking about is now we have these stories, we have these opportunities. The worry that came into my mind was, well, what happens when the school says they can't watch over they're fine. Like, it's like they try to pull it back now, right? So it feels like that's where the next evolution of providing them the power to keep the control of their own stories and things like that is key.
Yeah, I think there's so much to talk about, and I think the student athletes and the young people who are so advanced on Instagram and YouTube and TikTok, like, they're going to be great storytellers to help get the stories of Connecticut sports out there.
Yeah, and then just as long as you don't kind of butt up against some of the broadcast rights or the media coverage. I think now there's so many creators. And this is a big can open with a couple seconds left, right? But like they can get more access than true press in many instances now, because everyone has a camera and they have their following. So taking pole position on telling that story really feels like key. Well, gentlemen, thank you for joining, and we're looking forward to today.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day.
I think we're just
You never think of, right?
All right, we're back. We're back on. Oh, I mean,
We're
just keep
chatting over here.
So here, Jennifer Rosati, president of Connecticut Sun, Harrison McCree, Princeton Carbon Works, and Chris DiPentima, president and CEO of CBIA. I think the conversation you guys were kind of just having is a good starting point to really talk about the impact that we have and sports has in the state of Connecticut. I think the job creation, the reach, and the innovation that goes into your business specifically, Harrison. But I didn't want to cut you guys off necessarily. What's the unrealized impact of sport in Connecticut to date, do you think? Who wants to field that one first?
I mean, I'll start from an economic point of view. I mean, the unrealized impact is certainly the ripple effect it has. Game day ripple effect, right? Restaurants, hotels, bars, the things that it generates, the fan excitement. Obviously, you have the direct impact, which is ticket sales, merchandise, the employees that are working day of and all year round. Jen's business, we were just talking about kind of being in the off season, the employees are still working. But we talk to a lot of young people about, how do we keep more young people in Connecticut? How do we attract more young people to Connecticut? That vibrant life that they want, whether it's an urban vibrant life or that, sports, culture, or tourism life that they want. Sports plays a huge role in that. I mean, you see it with obviously the Huskies and their success. You see it with Metro Athletic. You see it with all of our, obviously Connecticut Sun. You just see it with all of our sports. It just generates that vibrancy that young people want. And right now in Connecticut, about 1/3 of our kids who graduate high school and college don't stay in Connecticut post-graduation. That's a pool of people that we could be keeping here.
Yeah, it's a big trend we want to change, right? As folks that are eager to continue the growth of Connecticut. Jennifer, you just had the draft not too long ago. So when you're engaging with players that are now going to be members of the Sun, what's the kind of the most interesting or surprising thing that either excitement or maybe one of the misconceptions that come with Connecticut?
Yeah, probably a lot more misconceptions than excitement. The WNBA is made up of so many exciting big markets, and so I think when you get passed up by an LA to get drafted by a team in Uncasville, it's probably a lot of unknown and uncertainty. But I think what's exciting for us is, especially when we have new players, showing them and teaching them what this great state has to offer. We had a new player in market last week, and she's like, I want to go horseback riding. I want to do some anime. And then she's like, I also like the beach. And I'm like, there's not a lot of places in the WNBA you can go where you can get all three of those things, right? So I think just showing them that, hey, we have a lot to offer, especially in the summertime, which is the months that you're going to be here the most, where you get the best of both worlds. You don't have to fight traffic, right? You get a loyal and crazy, fun, enthusiastic fan base. You get to play the game that you love, and you get to be in a state that really appreciates you as a basketball player, because we are a basketball state.
Well, we are, right? And I think what you kind of hit on there is, so often we think of, we're between, New York and Boston. But then, to your point, we are between New York and Boston, right?
It's not a bad thing. We say that all the time. Less than 2 hours, we can go to the Celtics, we can go down to a show in the city. So there's also benefits of being between two major metropolitan cities, right? But being able to have that in-between benefit of being in a little bit slower pace and a little bit more to do.
So Harris, what was your inspiration? How did you get into
Cycling.
the cream
sport.
of the crop?
It's interesting because I grew up in Connecticut, and that was back when, still are, but UConn was winning everything, still winning, right? So it's amazing, and we are a basketball state, and it was really fun to watch that and to grow up with it. And I'm from basically the line where you're either Red Sox or Yankees, right?
Yep.
When you're in southeastern Connecticut, it's really muddled whether you're a Red Sox fan or a Yankees fan. But yeah, cycling is a completely different animal, and it's obviously not as big of a sport, let alone in the United States, but in Connecticut. There are cycling meccas in the United States, places out in Colorado, where the elevation's high and you can train. South Florida, huge because it's warm all the time. There's a massive cycling
That's
culture
cheating
down
though. It's
there.
flat there.
Super flat, super warm, very international. Right? When you go down to South Florida, it's very international. So you get a lot of people coming in. But it was that exact reason. We were halfway between New York and Boston. I went to school in Boston. Two of my co-founders are from Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University. And this was sort of like the midpoint. And I got roped into the business. This was back in 2013 or 2014. And the founder of the business, my partner, Marty, he said, hey, will you drive down to Princeton and meet me? I said, no. Drive up 95 and we'll find a point halfway. And it was somewhere down like Fairfield. And we met at a rest stop for the first time, I-95 somewhere in Fairfield. And it's been very beneficial being in this locale. Because we're close enough, if you want to think about like logistics, we're close enough to Newark. Where if you need to get something out the door that needs to be in France or Germany or somewhere halfway around the world, you can actually drive to Newark and get it on a cargo flight same day, if you have to. So it's been super beneficial to be in this area because of that sort of halfway point, but also it's a lot more accessible. I don't think we could have done what we have done to date if we were in a much bigger or more expensive metropolitan area. That was part of the reason why we kind of hunkered down here in southeastern Connecticut. We have a great manufacturing base, lots of accessibility, like I said, but also it's very much more affordable to like set up and get started. And you still have world-class machine shops, manufacturing. And now we live in such a global economy with the internet and social media that we can spread our message across the world.
Yeah, it brings everyone much closer, right?
In a split second.
Yeah,
like I don't need to be in Manhattan. I don't need to be in LA. I don't need to be in Miami or even, France for that reason. Like we can just do it from here. So
Chris, it sounds like a good pitch, I think, for some businesses that are,
that is the pitch really, is like really high quality of life. It's a lot more affordable than living in a city. And honestly, like you can do whatever you want. My biggest qualm was, when I was living up in Boston, I was starting one of my early companies, like I had nowhere to do it. And they have little incubators and startup things, you gotta pay for stuff. And I said, I don't want rules. I want to be able to do it on my own terms and like have my own little space and like do my own thing. And I ended up moving back to Connecticut because I had the space and sort of the flexibility to do that. And now we have basketball, we've got world-class teams, all around us.
Something that you're hitting on, I mean, Chris, you've been a part of all of our events, I think, and all the different, from manufacturing to tourism and cybersecurity and AI. But what Harrison's kind of hitting on, it feels like there is a really strong underpinning of available resources and interested parties for not just the current business ecosystem, but a growing business ecosystem in, especially sport and entertainment, with us outgrowing our prior space and, and needing to house all these guests. But, from your perspective, is the state or, is Connecticut, from a business standpoint, primed to really take advantage of any specific areas when it comes to sport, entertainment, community engagement?
Yeah, it's positioned very well. I mean, Harrison just mentioned it. We've seen a tremendous growth in transportation, logistics, warehousing industry sector. Why? Because Connecticut's got cheaper real estate than Boston and New York, availability of ports, rail, highway, right? And so you don't think of Connecticut as cheap necessarily when we think of other things like property taxes, but relative to New York and Boston, it is less expensive. And so we've seen this tremendous growth of third-party logistics, warehousing, and other folks who support these broader industries, sports, manufacturing, IT infrastructure, and that's a value prop that Connecticut has. We've always put our workforce out there as our strength, and it continues to be, right? We compete on the skills, knowledge, and innovation of our people in Connecticut. We have best workforce, highly productive workforce in the world. And since that time, we've also developed this surrounding ecosystem, if you will, this wraparound around logistics, transportation. IT is also our second fastest growing sector. So there's a value prop there, and we're seeing it. Our economy was 23rd fastest growing in the country last year. 19th when you look at it over a 2-year period of time. I remember the years, from 2008 to 2018, we were always like bottom of the country. We stink, But I think most of us were born and raised here in Connecticut. We remember the glory days of the 80s and early 90s when you made it when you moved to Connecticut. Like in your life, you made it.
Yeah.
And I think we're all very, very proud of our state, and we have that passion. But there's a value prop right there and a value differentiator for the state.
That's great. And as fanhood grows, obviously there's a ton of eyeballs on the state with recent championships, and there's growing pride in UConn, and especially. But Jennifer, for the Sun, are you seeing that translate through, especially with the growth of women's sports in general, and then more partnerships with enterprise that want to get involved in the conversation?
Yeah, it's been amazing how much it's exploded over the last year and a half. I think, access has been a big issue for us, like media coverage and the ability to watch our games. Wasn't at a level where we were seeing the popularity because it wasn't accessible to fans. And so through social media, through different content platforms, all of a sudden games are more accessible through streaming, right? Not just, direct to consumer. So there's opportunities for people to get eyeballs on our game. There's also been a commitment from partners to really promote the WNBA players. You can't make someone a household name if you don't put them in your national commercials. And all of a sudden you're seeing WNBA players in national commercials. You're seeing college players through NIL knowledge, right? And training and self-branding coming into our league as like self-owned businesses. And so all of a sudden you're seeing a growth in inbound partnership opportunities. You're seeing a growth in people wanting to cover your games. We never had people reach out about wanting to put us on TV, wanting to put us on the radio, right? All of a sudden now it's like, how do we consume the WNBA at a level we haven't seen before? And so we're still challenged, to make it as accessible as possible, make it easier for our fans to consume. But I feel like we're lucky to be in a region where there's only right now 13 WNBA teams, right? So if people who love the W, it's not easy to go in person to watch a game. So the fans in New England have an opportunity in person to capture this excitement. And we are having people move here, to young people to live in Connecticut to work for the WNBA, because it's really important, because not only are we a basketball team, but we consistently give back to our community. You talk about off season. Our off season is, what are we doing in the community? What are we doing to give back to the state of Connecticut? It's with players, it's with coaching staff. We're doing clinics, we're doing drives, we're doing meaningful partnerships with politicians in the state and the government to enact like meaningful change. And so I think that's the benefit of a pro team versus a college team, is that we have so much more opportunity to really impact the state in a positive way and attract people to come to games and have that maybe a little bit more excitement as a young person to come out to the casino, right? Have a good time, catch a WNBA game, and really enjoy having the ease of that, driving there, free parking, great entertainment, stuff all around to do. I mean, it's not as easy, and we're a bigger fish in a small pond here, whereas a lot of these bigger markets, they're competing with their NFL team, their NBA team, their MLS team, a hockey team. It's us and the UConn Huskies here when it comes to like pro sports, if you look at UConn as somewhat like a pro sports team. Yeah. And so I think for us, it allows people to really be invested and engaged in what we're doing.
You just described a differentiator of Connecticut too.
Yeah.
That company engagement. I don't even want to say corporate, because corporate sounds like a cold word, but I run businesses in Washington, California, France, England. You don't see that engagement level at the community. And I think it's because we are a small, tight-knit, close relationship where the businesses get involved in community partnerships and give back, and their employees are connected. And then there's this extra connection that grows probably with the players in the community, with the employees in the community. Yeah. You don't see that in a lot of other states, and it's a great thing to have.
I mean, we've had a really impactful partnership with Yale New Haven Health, right? So not only do they provide the medical services for our players, right, which is huge, for a professional sports team. But they sponsor all of our basketball, a lot of our basketball for free clinics. So we're able to bring our game to a generation or a population of people that maybe can't afford to go to a basketball camp. They also support like our maternal health drive. So we're able to give back to a population of women that maybe can't afford when they have a child to buy diapers, or items for their kid while they're both pregnant or when they have their child. They can't afford to necessarily have the items that they need to raise that child in a healthy way. And they're constantly, supporting our ways to promote women's equity in health. And that is so special for a team like us. When we have 12 women on our team, most of the time it's majority Black women. A lot of the times it can be women who are thinking about having kids in their life. And Black women have the highest mortality rate in pregnancy because of lack of education and lack of resources. And so for our players to see that we're partnering with a company that Yale that actually cares about those things is also super meaningful and a differentiator for players wanting to be here.
And then them having a bigger voice and status on national broadcast can help drive that conversation.
Absolutely.
And it seems like Connecticut's in a great position to then take the lead on innovating and leading in those areas, whether it's in female fertility and or any other walk of life that that may happen. And that you sort of mentioned the really dedicated communities, and it feels like an underlying part of the conversation has been the diversity of communities available in Connecticut is actually the strong point rather than just the one sort of major focus, whether it's UConn or basketball or Quinnipiac hockey or Yale hockey, or there's wine trails, there's everything for getting beyond sports and entertainment where minor league baseball, and we have soccer, and so there's all of these different communities that you can play a role in, and everyone can kind of feel like a bigger fish in the pond in Connecticut rather than sort of just getting lost and not as impactful. Is there a future where those athletes coming in now with NIL and the ability to earn and incentive to build brands, and whether it's the No Fun League or others where athletes feel as though they're being sort of quieted, right, or their individuality is getting lessened when they're on the court or on the field, but now these deals they can bring from earlier in life, from college. What does that have the opportunity to then be a bigger halo for them off the court or off the field, to bring industry and trade and interest, to businesses that otherwise wouldn't get that kind of visibility?
I think that's what you would hope. We have Tina Charles. We re-signed this off season, and she has a foundation called Hopi's Heart, where she raises money to get AEDs put into rec centers that wouldn't normally be able to afford them because they're really expensive, because she had a family member that was saved by an AED because it was available to them when they had a heart attack. And so this has been a mission for her. She has donated her WNBA salary for years to her own foundation. So it gives us an opportunity to amplify her platform. We have another free agent that we signed that has a foundation that focuses on vision for children who can't afford glasses, right? And so her foundation raises money to allow her to provide, glasses for kids that want to play sports. Maybe it's rec specs, right? But I think it gives you this platform to make connections, to engage industries and communities that wouldn't maybe otherwise be engaged in sports, right? You don't always necessarily make the correlation. There's obviously natural ones with Gatorade or, Nike, but you're starting to see brands that are non-sports brands really starting to engage in these athletes. And I think the WNBA has been at the forefront, right, of allowing women to have a voice and to stand up for social justice issues that are really important to them, or to have foundations that they're allowed to promote. A lot of other professional sports leagues don't allow players to take a knee, right? To silently and peacefully protest the way the WNBA has allowed. So I think, we're special in that way, and maybe individual athletes like in cycling or tennis or golf have always had that platform to be able to represent who they want and what brands they want. But I think the WNBA is showcasing that you can do that in basketball and you can do that in team sports as well.
Well, it's the evolution of the influencer model, right?
Yeah.
It's just they've always been influencers in either nationally or in their local markets, but they just couldn't take advantage of it. So now that they can, for the 95% or more that never make it to a pro level, they all have what's that next career, or what is, and if they can be young entrepreneurs in and around their own brand, maybe that's a new recruiting tool for the businesses of the future, right? There's the ability for them to grow their own brand and their business goals. Maybe that becomes an area of investment and funding for for some of these startup opportunities and some recruiting. Have a bigger pool, maybe.
Bigger pool. We had Renee Montgomery at our annual meeting in November, and she was talking about obviously not only her career, but she has her own clothing line, the inspiration that's done, and the influence. And to your point, her being involved in social justice issues down in Atlanta and Georgia, and so it gives these folks, this platform, this voice, but it allows them to carry other people along with them who maybe don't have that name recognition or that voice as much. So.
Harrison, from your perspective, when you're, as you said, cycling isn't the premier sport in
no one's watching cycling in Connecticut, on TV at least.
But has the conversation, when they learn about you, where you manufacture, where you've been developed from, how is that conversation taken, with international athletes, and is there some skepticism to the product because of the market?
I would say there's no skepticism to the product, but there is always this astonishment when people are like, wait a minute, you guys are making these in Mystic, Connecticut? And I was a collegiate athlete. I was a Division I rower, another obscure sport.
Very well known.
I was never one for ball sports, all right? So I was a rower. My co-founders, Marty and Brad, were also both rowers. And when you're a rower, you're part of the NCAA Division I, but you kind of have like your own little division. But you get a taste. So I went to BU, and we have a really good hockey team.
Yeah.
And we didn't have a great basketball team. We were okay. I think they made it to the Elite Eight once in the 60s. But not a great basketball team as far as Division I teams, but a great hockey team. And you get a taste of sort of that level, right? If you want to be the best, you have to be at the level. And I'm always a proponent of athletes are great because they understand the expectation of what it means to be like at the top.
Yes.
Like to win. And I've always liked having athletes work because there is that competitive nature inside, right? So, yeah, there's a huge level of astonishment when people find out, like, oh, we built this out of a garage, and we moved everything over to Mystic probably in 2020, like on the back end of 2020, COVID, everything kind of shut down, and it gave us a chance to move everything and localize everything. So we've been here manufacturing. We probably make 60 to 70% of all of our wheels in Mystic. And then we have 2 other facilities that do the balance for the rest of the world. But yeah, there's a certain degree of astonishment. Definitely not skeptical, because the athletes that use our products are setting world records, winning world championships, and winning Olympic medals. So there is no higher level. There is no bigger platform to display technical excellence for a product than having the top athlete win a gold medal. That's pretty much as good as it gets.
Yeah.
So that sort of quells any skepticism. And now we've sort of recentered it where, we've created this idea of like, we are now the experts. Like, no one's skeptical. Like, we have created the expectation of excellence.
Yeah.
So we are the experts. And I think a lot of it just comes down to attitude, right? If you want to be the best, you have to expect it and you have to act like it every single day. And I took sort of all the lessons from being an athlete and applied it to business. And I found that you can apply it to any business, any organization, any group, whether it's a team, if you're a coach, business, if you're a business leader, you know, Pee Wee football even. If you want to be the best Pee Wee football team, if you want to have the best community nonprofit, whatever it is, the competitive aspect is very, I think, important.
And the reputation of excellence goes a long way, and
Yeah.
obviously that's what you seek
Yeah.
season to season, day to day, night to night, and hope probably goes into your evaluation criteria for players as well. Do they have that mindset?
Absolutely. I mean, I think what people see in sport is the athlete, right? And they think like, okay, that athlete has a skill level that they were gifted with, or they worked really hard to attain. But I think to Harrison's point, world-class athletes, they want the best equipment. And like the other part of sport is the manufacturing of all the technology that is going into these athletes being the best in the world. And so when you think about basketball, people are like, oh, well, what are you talking about? You just need a ball, right? Oh, the hoops are all the same. No. We spend more money on technology platforms for our athletes than we do basketball equipment, right? Because what they put in their shoes, what they're doing to measure their load management, we have cameras that are measuring like how they're moving on the floor, how many times they're like stopping and sprinting. We have force plate, measurements so that they can measure like the balance of like the load on each side of their body. We spend a ton of money every year on recovery equipment so that they're, playing this 40-minute basketball game, getting beat up, and then being able to recover at a really high level. They're measuring their sleep, they're measuring their nutrition. And so when you think about these world-class athletes, they want to be paired with organizations that are giving them the very best, right? And that is so much of what's happening behind the scenes to allow these athletes to compete at such a high level, especially in basketball. When you hit 35, if you're still playing at a high level, it means that you've been doing a lot right, and you've been investing in your body in all these other ways besides just shooting and working on your ball handling. It's like you're investing in technology, you're investing in platforms that are going to allow you to see the effects of every single aspect of your life and how it's impacting who you are on a daily basis and what you're doing. And so that's what I'm seeing that has probably changed the most in the last 5 years, is athletes being able to play longer and play at a higher level because we're investing in technology and recovery for them.
And that feels like something where Connecticut can be, we talk about excellence and that, kind of that constant drive where Connecticut's poised to, from a business standpoint, to have a level of excellence when it comes to the infrastructure or the supporting economics of sport. In manufacturing, healthcare, education. Is that a trend that you've seen, Chris, or maybe an opportunity where more entrepreneur and either sport or institution, university partnerships to drive some of these, innovative, whether it's, performance tracking or nutrition or recovery or, safety equipment and gear?
Yeah, it's having that ecosystem, right? That support, like you said, that support system. Why you're in Mystic, because Connecticut's known for a high quality workforce, high quality product. You could sell, and you do sell high quality products to the rest of the world. So people aren't like, oh my, I'm surprised that's made in Connecticut. Quality is Connecticut. I mean, our largest trade partner for many years was Germany. Germany's known as a quality country.
Yeah.
BMW, Mercedes coming out of there. Connecticut's known for, do you want a bad airplane engine or do you want a quality airplane engine, right? Do you want a bad helicopter or you want a quality helicopter?
You want a leak-proof sub?
You want a quality sub. You want quality wheels, quality sports. So we have that. We're known for a quality education system, quality healthcare system.
Yeah.
But you have that great partnership with Yale, and I'm sure your players really appreciate having a quality education and a quality healthcare system. So you have that ecosystem that allows for fertile ground for certain economies to come here. Are we going to compete on being the lowest cost in a certain industry? No. I mean, you're probably going to go to the southeast to the southwest. But if you're looking for a quality workforce, a quality ecosystem for your specific industry, that's why we've seen that growth in technology. That's why we now have quantum coming to Connecticut between the collaboration between UConn and Yale and that connection. We're going to be one of the first quantum locations in the whole country. We've been diving into AI, and I'm not surprised that Jen's kind of partnering with people who are looking at like a lot of innovation around how their athletes move. Our manufacturers, how they become the world-class manufacturers, because they're always investing in their processes. How do we do things better? How do we do things faster? Because we can't compete on cost, but we compete on quality and we compete on speed and customer service, of course. So, yeah, that we're very fertile because we have that infrastructure and ecosystem, and it's great to see the sports industry kind of leveraging off of that. I mean, look at the growth that we've had in the past decade in the sports industry. The Athletic, the Yard Goats, Humans, the Connecticut Sun, Bridgeport getting soccer now as well. I mean, and then of course you have the entertainment side as well. I mean, it's an $18 billion tourism industry in Connecticut, 125,000 jobs. We didn't have that a decade and a half ago.
And it seems like there's still opportunity for further growth.
Yeah,
and
Bridgeport, right?
And it doesn't necessarily all come back to where's our football team, or where are the Whalers, or whatever it may be, right? There is a appetite for the communities that are currently here, and still room to grow.
No doubt. We hosted the NCAA's in 2019, right before COVID, right? The NCAA tournament.
Yeah, and we've been hosting the Big East tournament at Mohegan now for the last 5 or 6 years, and have another 3 years contract with them. So, these NCAAs, these Big East, they want their tournaments here in Connecticut. It's a great place because of the fans, but also I think because of the location.
And it's a lead generation for us as a state opportunity, because usually people move to a state because they have a good experience there at some point in time. Usually a tourism experience.
Yeah.
Like you went and visited Cape Cod, you went and visited Connecticut Shoreline, or I went to a Big East game at the Sun, and they're like, I really enjoy this state. I want to move there, or I want to stay here as a young person, and that's that lead gen opportunity that sports and tourism gives our state. It's a tremendous tip of the spear.
From a community, access standpoint, how's that shifting? At least for your player, are they trying to get more connected to fans, sort of during the season, and is the fan experience changing? Are you thinking about technology in the arena to sort of change the programming elements?
Oh yeah, all of that.
Yeah.
We've been fortunate to have a couple different players in market the last few off seasons that have allowed us to make connections in the community, and do a little bit more around branding the Connecticut Sun organization, and having more of a year-round presence, because that's always been the challenge of the WNBA, is it's a 5-month season. Nobody's paying attention the other 7 months, and the league has created these tent poles to kind of like continue the momentum and build excitement leading into the season. So we try to work off of that with our players that are here in the off season. But we do a lot just as an organization, whether we're volunteering or we're using the partnerships that we have to create like meaningful events in the community. And we challenge our fans, like, community impact isn't just about us giving back, it's about you partnering with us, with a partner like a Walgreens, to put on a drive that's going to benefit our local community. And so, and then that draws them back into the game. And then in arena, yes, it's like, what else can we be doing technology-wise to make our fan engagement not just about what's going on in the basketball court? And we've been fortunate to have a great product to showcase every year. But in a year like this year, where we'll reset our roster and there'll probably be a little bit of lumps early in the season, we still want you to come to a game, experience such a fun environment that whether we win or lose isn't going to impact whether or not you come back, right? Because you're going to get a t-shirt thrown to you, you're going to like our mascot, right? You're going to play a game, on your phone, right? You're maybe going to win a contest. You're going to have a concourse experience or engagement that makes it meaningful for you or your child or your friend or your partner to be there. So, or you're going to have a great time before the game in the casino or after, just kind of enjoying that experience. And so I think it's just like, my challenge is always, how are we Connecticut Sun 12 months out of the year? When there are no players here and there are no games being played, how are we still relevant? And we can be relevant in the off season by engaging with our community members and engaging our fans in the community, and then just making sure we're building up excitement like we are right now to get ready for that May 18th home opener, where people they can't wait.
Mark your calendars.
They're dying to come. They can't wait for the season to start. And it's just part of their summer routine to come to a handful or more Connecticut Sun games because it's part of their life, it's part of their experience, it's part of their entertainment, and then we utilize that momentum to make sure we're making an impact for 12 months.
Sounds like that's a really kind of progressive, positive way to look at it, and maybe that's partly your drive, but so much of there's the tradition of sport and in other leagues, just focus on the field or just focus on the court, and that's not really how fan experience works anymore. They want more. Otherwise they'll just sit home and watch it. So.
They want access, right?
Yeah.
They want behind the scenes access. I mean, this is the biggest example I can give you. When we drafted Anissa and Sanaya last week, our content team goes down to the draft so they can capture the draft picks, right? And like years pass, and we haven't had like 2 first-round picks like this in a while. It was just like they get interviewed by ESPN, they get interviewed, and then they move on. In the content capture this year, they were like, oh no, I got the phone. Here, put it over here. We're going to be here. This is what we're going to say. They were like directing their own content shoot for our social media channels. And we were like, okay, because they're
set up their brand.
They're thinking about their brand. They're thinking about how am I going to engage with my fans, right? How am I going to make them Connecticut Sun fans now? So they're buying my jersey and merchandise, or they're consuming our product, right? How am I connecting with the Connecticut Sun community right off the bat? That's all that those players are thinking about. What a difference. And how much does that help our organization that we have these young people that are thinking that way? As soon as they get drafted into our organization, they're thinking, how do I improve that business? Because they know ultimately it's going to improve the business for themselves.
What every business wants.
Exactly.
Every new employee you
it's
hire
the influencer, right?
Yeah,
it's like they're
impact
free
my business.
advertising, right? Free marketing for you to have these personalities that really understand what the fan wants. And it's like a TikTok video is one way, and then a Facebook post is another way. They even understand the difference of the platforms that we're posting on.
Well, they're kind of defining their own monetization.
Yeah.
Right. Like, and it's on their own terms, which is a flip from how it how it used to be, so to speak. Chris, are you seeing more of a interest from Connecticut businesses in exploring, relationships with athletes, or being driven by founders that have connections to former playing days, where they're starting from a seed of broader visibility?
Yeah, it's to get their business brand out there, right? So they're connecting. I remember Juno was with one bank at one time.
Yeah.
Randy Etzel was with another one. It's to get that corporate brand out there in an individual human being, because otherwise you're a brick and mortar, you're a bank, or you're an accounting firm, or you're a law firm, manufacturing company. So yeah, not only with the coaches, but certainly connecting with the players, really trying to get that brand tied to it. I mean, if you look at Paige and her NIL stuff that she had, and some of the UConn women, there's a lot of businesses that are trying to tie it. The Hartford Athletics have a bunch of corporate sponsors there. Who's going to sponsor their kit is always a big deal. If you're on the back of the jersey, made it as a business. And they've got an interesting one this year. It's going to be Department of Transportation. Believe it or not, the state of Connecticut is going to sponsor the back of the kit for the Hartford Athletic, as a reminder of speeding and driving under the influence. An interesting sponsorship, but so all types of businesses, public sector, private sector, for-profit, non-profit, they're trying to tie their brand around that individual, or in a lot of cases in Connecticut, around the team. Because we don't have, to your point, a lot of professional athletes who have brand recognition outside of where Jen's coming from. And that's why I think you see that corporate sponsorship. I'm sure it's always hard to get those corporate sponsors, and you want to hold on to them when you get them. But there's, because we only have so many big name companies in Connecticut, but they're all over the place. I mean, they're sponsoring the Sun and the Athletic and the Argos and the Wolfpack and the Excel Center. So it's they want to have their brand tied to that.
Any unique brand partnerships that?
Actually, just speaking of local sponsors, we have a great partnership with Build Subs, who's the firm that represents Electric Boat, and that's like close to Mohegan, and we partnered to build a community court in Groton a basketball court that's going to be branded, a Connecticut Sun branded. And I feel like sometimes it's hard to always like connect a certain company to a women's basketball team. But when you use community in the way to do it, it makes it feel like you're so much more aligned, right? So when we can now run free basketball clinics on a court in Groton because of a partnership that we did with Build Subs, it makes that partnership make sense. You know, because we don't know anything about building submarines, right? And they don't know anything about, you know, women's basketball. But what we do know is that we wanted to both impact the community in a meaningful way, right? And we wanted to provide opportunity. And so those are the kind of local sponsorships that we really cherish, because we're not necessarily always going to get a national brand. We've been fortunate. We have a jersey patch this year with Walgreens, which is a national brand. But they wanted to partner with us because we are community oriented. And they wanted to do health drives with us, and they wanted to partner with us in ways that would be impactful in a smaller community rather than a big city. So I think we've been really fortunate to, I think, be very selective about who we partner with and making sure that their values align with the Connecticut Sun values, and that we're finding, you know, just the meaningful events or content series or behind the scenes things that allow us to showcase what's important to both sides.
I think a lot of times we look at, you know, how we brand or partner just in Connecticut, and we know commerce and broadcasting and sport is worldwide, right? So I think, Harrison, when you think of putting your stamp on merch or gear or, you know, relationships that are really reaching into full new markets, like what are the criteria, the standards that you look for that carry you forward most effectively?
I mean, we are hyper selective, right? And we kind of built the business on being hyper selective. We probably wouldn't be in the position we are today if we hadn't, you know, 4, 5, 6 years ago, reached out to the right athletes. So you have to be hyper selective with choosing the right athletes, because otherwise, if you're not winning races, unfortunately, you're not as relevant. If you're not winning games, if you're not winning, your relevancy just goes away. Now, we also partner with people that aren't necessarily racing. You know, there's a lot of just influencers. And we like to do a lot of outreach for, you know, groups like Best Buddies. Best Buddies is a really big nonprofit we work with. They do very cycling-specific events. They'll ride Cape Cod, they'll ride Miami, they'll ride in California, and they'll raise awareness, they'll raise money. So we work directly with nonprofits like Best Buddies and others. You know, I'm thinking Connecticut Sun women's off-season cycling.
Right.
Get some training, get some eyeballs. I think if you got all the girls on bikes, that would get some eyeballs, if nothing else. But yeah, when it comes to sport, you know, we are selective with who we want to be associated with. They have to be in line with sort of our brand values, obviously. Sort of our level, our expectation. Because at the end of the day, it is an expectation of excellence, right? And I think one thing about being here in Connecticut that I've sort of noticed, which is different from being in Boston, being in Massachusetts, being in New York, being in New York City, being out in California, is we're actually like kind of humble. You know, like we don't brag that much. Like we do so much in this state, and there's so few people that actually realize like how important the things that we do here are. You know, we used to be a huge manufacturing hub 100 years ago. We've lost a lot of that. We still do. We make submarines, the most complex machine on the world, right? It's the most complex machine we make is a nuclear submarine. So like we do really crazy stuff here, but we don't really brag that much about it. So I'm trying to push, you know, as someone who's a little younger, who's trying to bring talent to the area, like I'm looking for top talent. I want the top engineers, I want the top marketing guys, I want the top even former athletes to come work for us, because we do have that expectation of excellence, we do have that competitive nature that's within us, and I think, you know, we can kind of thump our chest a little bit more because of the things that we do that are so important to the global economy.
I think that's kind of what we're hoping today is just a an element of, but starts to shift that, to being able to champion some of the things that are happening here and build on them. And I'm excited for
Brag about 'em.
for this to actually go down finally.
Yeah.
But any final thoughts from the panel here?
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for having
Well,
us.
thanks for dedicating your time and joining us.
All right. Great. Look at that.
Okay, that's 5-4. It is. Okay, sports fans, here's your 5-minute warning. We're going to start filling the seats in just about 5 minutes and get this show going. 5 minutes, Connor.
5 minutes, Jimmy.
That's Jimmy Allman impression.
Wait, that's some good audio. I'm not used to it. Wow.
That's great.
Guys, are all the are there going to be mics on every seat up there too? Connor, why don't you? How do I turn it off? That's Jimmy. I'm Jimmy. That's Connor. There. Okay. Thanks.
Are we sitting?
think about you. So able to send me need to do. To see what to do, and here I was thinking I outgrew you. Not even sure gonna die, ooh, young good true. Ooh. I tryna do the shot that Nikki was. The toss of you in the Mexica's. After all, she can't go Gaza. I try me never to shot that Nikki
I'm emceeing, yes. Right now. All right, everybody, let's gather around. Mike, feel free. Take us, Neil, let's gather them. Let's do this. We're ready. Foxwoods. Let's shape Connecticut's future. To do that, we need everybody to take their seats.
Good luck.
I love that.
Take your seats, Allie, right now. I have all the power because Jay, take your seats. I know, like,
How's my buddy Matt? Scott? Yeah. He used to come by my desk. I know, how are you? Especially my kids. Our kids were there today. You do like an hour and a half. Yeah. Take it all in. Right. It's so crazy. Like, grab it out. Then Shaman. I was not until then, though. I was not. No. I was having such a good time.
I overheard when you were talking to Kathy. I was like, I'm 37.
No, I was like 21 and like having a great time. Yeah. We were all having a great time. No, remember Guinan? Graz? Is he coming?
Cashman, I talked to him.
Okay.
I see every day.
Yeah.
He's on Twitter.
Okay. Do you see the Layla? My husband works in Max Whisper. He sees the Layla all the time. I like that. Matt. Spiky hair behind the bar. The best bartender ever. Yeah, he's great. That's your husband? That's my husband. Yeah. Oh, I love him. Him with the beard or without? Yeah. Yeah.
I like Rosie. I like the other.
Me too. Oh, yeah. Sounds like a whole guy. Hopefully it was good. No. He wished it. Yes, you are. Nice to see you.
am I?
It's game day, Jim.
It's game day. Okay. All right, Mel. Let's do this. Game day. It's game day. You're being summoned. Let's gather around. Let's shape Connecticut's future. Hi, Foxwoods. Let's hear it, everybody. We made it all the way here. We've come a long way from Cheshire. More volume, please. Better. Okay. Better. Connor, you can... Well, I think we can't get that close to each other. I'm Jimmy Altman from Fox 61. This is actually my 6th shaping event, so I'm very pleased to be here. The evolution has been phenomenal, and it's really fun to be here in Mashantucket. My tag team partner today, you might recognize from such sporting events as, I don't know, maybe the Hartford Yard Goats?
The Hartford Yard Goats, that's correct, Jim, thank you.
Connecticut Sun,
Indeed.
UConn.
Yes.
It's game day, Connor Geary, everybody.
Well, I got a fist pump.
You got...
Nice to see you.
They're psyched. It's almost like being at Duncan Park when they see you, Connor.
If I threw T-shirts out to this crowd, it would be exactly like being there. So
is Choo Choo here?
Day off. You know, the team's away this week, so we like to let them take a little rest.
I like sometimes even Toner.
You got game day, Connor, and he wants to know where Choo Choo is. Choo Choo can't talk, Jim. Okay,
Chompers?
Terrible for this conversation. Chompers also can't talk. Fun fact.
It's really great to be here for Shaping CT's Future, our sports and entertainment edition. Thank you to everybody here at Foxwoods, our hosts. This is new and different territory and fabulous that we have been able to make it all the way here. So thank you to all of our showcase vendors and sponsors. I know a lot of you have got a chance to get up close and personal and say hello, and they will be here throughout the event.
Make sure to stop by, check out their wares, thank them for being here and helping to support this conversation, and thank you as well for participating in this. When I got in here earlier today, they told me over 750 people had signed up and registered for this conversation, which is wonderful.
That's our biggest one yet, Connor. And
it's because you're here, Jim.
Yes, for sure. We encourage everybody, Connor, right? You should take photos and...
Get social with us. Take photos, take videos, and when you're posting to your favorite network, especially LinkedIn, as professionals that we are, be sure to use the hashtag #ShapingCTsFuture, #ShapingCTsFuture, so that we can continue the conversation going and let everybody know that you're participating in this today.
Also, parenthetically, we should also mention that if you want to see any of the podcasts today, we've been streaming them. We have them on Fox 61 Plus as well. Well, I want to introduce the driving force behind all of these shaping events that have happened in the past year. Sam Barrett is the Senior VP of Client Services at the Rebellion Group. He is the executive producer of Shaping CT's Future. Mr. Sam Barrett, where are you? Can you come up here, Sam? Sergeant Sam.
There he is. Hey, Sam.
Also, not a surprise, but he was an Army Ranger.
He was an Army. Thank you for your service.
Yes.
Appreciate that. Yeah. I could do it like it's a lineup standing at 6'1", coming in from stage right, wearing a 32 waist, maybe.
Is it a 32?
32, I could tell.
Yeah, that's smaller than me.
Another round of applause for Sam Barrett for helping put this together. We'd also like to welcome the commercial director from the Walter Camp Football Foundation, Mr. Rob Thompson, here today as well, too. Rob, where
Thompson.
are you?
Come on up, Rob.
Didn't see him. Rob?
If he's not here, then I will reprimand him later, and I'll just talk now.
He could be a Trine now, Sam. You might
be in a podcast,
Trine open.
actually.
Gotcha. That makes
I
sense.
know Kathy Clemens is here. Kathy is the Director of Marketing and Creative Services for NBC and Telemundo, Connecticut. Hi, Kathy.
Welcome up to the
familiar
dais,
face.
Kathy
That's
Clemens.
Kathy. 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
My broadcast brethren right here. Hi, Kathy.
Everybody, hey, thank you guys, appreciate that. Thank you everybody here in the room. I'm up here on behalf of Bryn Tyndall and the entire team at Rebellion, and I couldn't be more excited about being here at Foxwoods today. You know, we've had 6 events prior, this is our 7th, and they've all been at Cheshire previously, and And to move into a venue like Foxwoods, to have the stage and the environment that we have in the setup, it's pretty special. And first I want to thank the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation, in particular Chairman Rodney Butler, for his support of this event. It really means a lot. I also want to thank our hosts, Foxwoods Resort Casino, in particular President and CEO Jason Guyett, as well as Vice President of Operations Karen O'Connell and her entire team. They've been amazing. And lastly, I just want to give a special shout out to Mike Picaro, wherever he is right now. He's the Chief of Government Administration for the Mashantucket Pequot Tribe. And he's been really the biggest part of the driving force of getting here, having the vision of what this could be. And so, Mike, it's massively appreciated your partnership so far, so thank you. I also want to thank our longstanding partners, the Fox 61 team, Mike Evans, Eileen Armas, Michelle Ryan. The ability for us to live stream these events, the podcasts, and all the content to audiences outside of the walls is because of them. And now, the messages from our thought leaders reach thousands of people. And so we've got a more informed populace here. And then I'd also really like to thank Dan Barron, Don Gazaskis of HB Live. They're our long-term production partner. They've done an amazing job not only here, but on all of the work they do, across different conferences, panels, et cetera. So thank you all for coming. We've got a great show today, a great event. We've got 2 panels that we're going to be featuring, talking about community development and workforce engagement and, the impact of technological shifts and innovation when it comes to how fans are consuming sport. So we're massively excited about that. But I have Kathy up here to talk about this new program that we're launching at Rebellion Group, and I wanted to quickly give that a shout out. We're going to be unveiling and making available to the public a new program called the CT Season Pass. And so what we're doing with that is we are going to be aggregating and then housing all of Connecticut's top tourism attractions in one central hub. And each of these organizations gets to put forward an incentive or offer of their choosing, and then we make every single incentive available to consumers via a single season pass. And so the idea is to take a rising tides lifts all boat approach to the great things in Connecticut, make everybody aware of what we have in this state, and then make it easy for folks like me who have 3 kids 7 and under to be a hero at 8:30 in the morning in the kitchen when my kids are saying how bored they are, and I get to say we're going to Beardsley Zoo today. And then I can go back to my lukewarm cup of coffee and finish that conversation I never ever finished with my wife. So anyways, I want to let Kathy speak a little bit here about this, because this program is in partnership with NBC Connecticut, and we're incredibly excited and proud to announce it.
Thank you, Sam. So really, I can't take any credit for this. This is all Sam. But I mean, look, we're all in this room because we love the state of Connecticut, right? I mean, there's so many amazing attractions and destinations that make this place unique. And when Sam presented the opportunity for us to partner on the CT Season Pass, we really just jumped at the idea. NBC and Telemundo Connecticut are a local media outlet, and we are really in the business of spotlighting and showcasing the amazing and incredible places and people that make up this state. And so we're really just looking forward to spotlighting places like the Beardsley Zoo and Duncan Park to families that are looking for just fun things to do around Connecticut. So really, thank you for presenting this opportunity to us. We can't wait for Connecticut residents just to have fun throughout the summer months and the winter, and just, again, spotlighting these incredible places that make the state of Connecticut awesome. So thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. And now we'd like to introduce our first speaker. He doesn't need an introduction. but we will do it anyway. He is Rodney Butler. He's the Tribal Council Chairman for the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation. He is our host here at Foxwoods, and he's an old friend, and we're thrilled to be here, Rodney. So why don't you come on up?
Absolutely. Week Issaquah, week beyond. Good day and welcome. Welcome to Mashantucket and welcome to Foxwoods. And we're really excited to be here. Sam actually mentioned that, shout out a couple of folks, and I need to do that very quickly, only because this all came together in a matter of weeks. And it really is a compliment to the amazing team that we have here at Foxwoods. It's a great space, great bones, but it doesn't come together if you don't have great staff. And we are fortunate to have the best staff in the entertainment industry. And we're led by the greatest CEO in the entertainment industry with Jason Guy. Jason, I see you out here somewhere. Did he step out? Jay, stand up, Jay. Jay Guyette, everybody. Business cards go to Jay, by the way. So I just want to make that mention very quickly. But and the incredible staff here. So a round of applause for the amazing staff we have here at Foxwoods. So as noted, I'm Chairman Butler of the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation, and on behalf of our tribe, it is a pleasure to welcome you all to Mashantucket and Foxwoods Resort Casino for the Shaping Connecticut's Future event. We're proud to host this gathering of business leaders, policymakers, and change makers. People who understand that progress comes from shared effort and clear vision on where we're headed. As a sovereign nation and as one of the region's longest standing communities, the Mashantucket Pequots have always approached leadership with long-term perspective. Our decisions are grounded in deep respect for the land, for our people, and for generations who will come after us. That same forward-thinking approach is what this event series is all about, building a stronger and more resilient Connecticut through sustained collaboration and action. What began here as a story of survival has become a story of economic leadership here at Mashantucket. Foxwoods is a well-known example, but it's part of a broader effort of ours to diversify and invest in growth that benefits our nation and the region at large. Through our Command Holdings, our non-gaming investment arm, we build the future that reaches well beyond hospitality and entertainment in areas like government contracting and professional services. We've also developed and expanded ventures like the award-winning Lake of Isles Golf Course just across the street, the Norwich Spa Collection, Pequot Healthcare Network, and our soon-to-be-open, literally tomorrow, Great Wolf Resorts at Mashantucket. How about a round of applause for that? Little known fact, that is the largest private construction project within the state of Connecticut. So that's a big freaking deal. Just want to note that for anybody that was wondering. But we've also we're also committed to our history and our culture, and we have our renowned Mashantucket Pequot Museum and Research Center, which is the largest Native American museum on the planet, just a stone throw away from here. So we'd love to get you over to all of our facilities. All of these efforts are rooted in the same principle: a thriving community and a thriving state depend on bold ideas paired with real follow-through. That's the charge that we hear from Shaping Connecticut's Future, and it's a challenge that we're proud to take on here at Mashantucket. By the way, while you're here, I hope that you take a little time to explore the things that Foxwoods and our resort community have to offer, whether it's the fine dining, shopping, a show, or simply unwinding at one of our incredible spas. We definitely have something for everyone. And of course, I wouldn't be too upset if you found your way over to the slots and tables and made a local contribution back to our community. We're okay with that. So, but again, this just isn't a venue. It's a place that represents what's possible when vision, resilience, and partnerships come together. I hope today sparks new connections, encourages thoughtful action, and reminds us all of the shared responsibility we share in shaping what comes next for our businesses, our communities, and our state. I say katapatu imu to you all. Thank you all for being here again. And again, welcome to Mashantucket. Thank you.
Thank you so much for hosting us again, Rodney. Sam, I'm just an ideas guy, but I think big freaking deal might be the slogan going forward for this conversation. It's yours. My idea to you. Our next speaker, and to help welcome you, is the co-chair of the Travel and Tourism Caucus and the state senator of the 18th District, where we are all sitting right now. Please welcome to the stage, Heather Summers.
Come on up, Senator.
Hello, how are you? Nice to see you. Great. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the best part of Connecticut, Eastern Connecticut. What an incredible honor it is to be here today to work with you in shaping Connecticut's future. I don't think of this as an event. This is a celebration about everything that makes Connecticut a vibrant, dynamic, and inspiring place to work, live, and raise a family, and to visit, of course. We're here to explore the game-changing impact that sports and entertainment can have on our state and has had on our state. And trust me, we're ready to light up Connecticut. I hope you all are out there in the audience too, like never before. I want to extend a heart-filled thanks to Rodney and Mashantucket for hosting this today, and to the Rebellion Group for putting this together and crafting such a great platform to bring us all together, leaders and visionaries from across our state. Your commitment to innovation, collaboration, and Connecticut's continued growth is going to help us pave the way for a bold and exciting future for everyone in the state of Connecticut. When we talk about Connecticut's role in tourism and sports and entertainment, we're really standing, especially here, on the shoulders of giants. This state has such a rich legacy, it stretches back for centuries. From the showmanship of P.T. Barnum, who called Bridgeport home, and helped put Connecticut on the entertainment map, to the present-day excitement of sold-out arenas right here, music festivals, and championships. We've always been a hub of imagination, spectacle, and culture. So from the roar of our sports stadiums to the electric energy of live performances you can find across Connecticut, flowing from our local venues, Connecticut is a place that pulses with life and passion. And let's not forget our breathtaking beauty, from stunning coastlines to charming towns, hidden gems in every forest and vineyard here across our state. We truly offer something for everyone, no matter what your interest or what your adventure. Whether it's an adrenaline rush, cheering for our beloved sports teams like the Yukon women, thank you very much, the thrill of the stage, or a peaceful escape on our hiking trails or at one of Rodney's spas. Connecticut has a way of making you fall in love with it over and over again, season after season, year after year. So as the proud co-chair of Connecticut's Tourism Caucus, I can tell you, I can see firsthand how vital all of your industries are to our state, not just to our culture and identity, but to our economy. Tourism, sports, and entertainment aren't just sectors, they are powerhouses that drive Connecticut forward. They bring people here, they create jobs, they fuel small businesses, and they make all of our communities thrive. Think of all the places in Connecticut that make a buzz. The Excel Center, where sports legends are made. World-class concerts light up the night. Hartford Healthcare's amphitheater in Bridgeport, a true gem that has transformed our waterfront into a hub of music and energy and community pride. Don't forget our Mystic Seaport or our Mystic Aquarium, some of the #1 tourist destinations in our state, where history comes alive for generations to share. And of course, Foxwoods, our generous host today, one of the largest resort casinos in North America. This destination blends culture, entertainment, hospitality, and economic vitality in a way that no other place can do. So these places are not just landmarks, they're gathering spaces, they're economic engines, and they're keepers of our history and the beacons of our future. They fuel small businesses, they employ our residents, and they attract visitors globally. And that's what makes today so special. We're gathered here with trailblazers and innovators, the leaders and the artists, the entrepreneurs, all of you shaping the future of Connecticut in ways we could not even imagine just even a few years ago. You're making Connecticut a force to be reckoned with on a regional, national, and global stage. I want to say Connecticut is the most opportunity-filled state in our country, and the work that you're going to do today is nothing short of inspiring. So I'm just going to do a pitch now. If you're looking for another opportunity to showcase your role in tourism, sports, entertainment, it's not too late. We are having Arts, Culture, Tourism Day at the Capitol on May 7th. You can sign up and show the governor and all the legislators what a great sector this is here in the state of Connecticut. It's an event that gives you an opportunity to highlight all the work and connect with others in your industry and celebrate everything that makes Connecticut wonderful, and this a premier destination. So let's keep the momentum going today. Let's continue to keep Connecticut tourism, sports, entertainment on the map. I want to thank you all for your passion and dedication for playing such a pivotal role in our future. So let's go out today, enjoy the event, and continue to shape Connecticut's future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Summers. We appreciate that.
Thanks, Senator. And just to dovetail that, I was at Great Wolf about 3 weeks ago when they were putting the finishing touches on it. It opens officially, guys. It's May 6th, and 500 jobs, around 500 new jobs for the folks here in the area. So that is just phenomenal. It is really going to be the crown jewel of the Great Wolf enterprise, which is all over North America now. So very exciting. Connor.
You'd like me? All right, very good. At this time, we'd like to welcome you all again, the town manager of Cheshire, and Angela Adams, who is the executive director at the Greater Norwich Area Chamber of Commerce. Sean Kimball and Angela Adams, please come on up.
We have Sean here now.
Sean's here now.
I jumped.
You had this information on. Okay,
I had this information. We want to give props to our roots here. And Sean from Cheshire, we've been through about 6 of these together, and they get better and better. So thank you for being here, Sean.
Really
Cheshire is representing.
All right. Thank you. I'll be very brief, but we are incredibly proud to be the home of the Rebellion Group. As Jim said, we've hosted a number of these in Cheshire before. It's incredible to see such an amazing turnout here today. I'm considering this sort of Cheshire East for today, but we are, again, the proud home of Rebellion Group, also the proud home of Tater Baseball, who I know is here today, a number of other folks in the sports and entertainment industry, which really, that's an industry that has a ripple effect across, so many different businesses, like the town of Cheshire has. Pinnacle Marketing Group, which produces all of those amazing broadcast sets that you see for ESPN and other sports productions across the country. We even have a manufacturing company in town that makes the gold buttons on the Masters jacket. It was just awarded to Rory McIlroy the other day. So we're proud to be a community that is benefited from the incredible sports industry in this state. And we're also the proud home of both Chris Berman and Dennis Denninger, who I know you'll be hearing from a little bit. So again, thank you all for being here today. We wish you a wonderful conference and have a great time. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Sean. I'd like to introduce our first keynote speaker today. Before I do that, I just want to pick up on something that the senator was talking about. I've had the privilege, Jim, of being at a number of the venues front and center, and the energy and the vitality that sports and entertainment have brought to the state of Connecticut, certainly in the 7 or 8 years that I've kind of been participating in the way I have, has been tremendous, right? And the success of the programs themselves, the smiles, the engagement with families and businesses and partners has been really, really strong. So as we start really the formal piece of the conversation and conclude the introductions, it's just really invigorating for me to participate in this day because I've seen firsthand what it does for local businesses. I've seen what it does firsthand for the organizations, the families, the quality of life that it helps bring. I'm the father of 2 young girls, and I look forward to raising them in this state and making sure that they are participants in all of the things, certainly that Heather was speaking about, Rodney as well too. So it means a lot to be here, and I'm so glad, Sam, thank you for putting this conversation on. But let's get to our first keynote speaker. He is a multiple Emmy award-winning television innovator. He's produced live sports on 6 continents and across the United States of America. He launched more than a dozen new series on ESPN's television and digital platforms, and he developed for American television the digital line calling system that is now used in virtually every tennis broadcast.
But wait, Connor, there's
more.
Yes. Because Dennis was the founding director of the Sports Communications graduate program at Syracuse University. Let's hear it for the art.
A smattering.
Wait a
Let
minute.
the record
Wait a
show
minute.
there was a smattering of applause at best.
I just like to state for the record, I'm a Syracuse grad, a UConn dad. Okay, so yeah, okay.
He said UConn dad. Make some noise for the UConn part of
dad.
that family. There we go. Slightly elevated smattering.
Dennis is now professor emeritus at Syracuse. He has spent over a decade researching the impact of the Super Bowl on American life, and his new book is entitled The Football Game That Changed America: How the NFL Created a National Holiday. Everybody, please welcome Dennis Denninger.
Thank you, guys. It is a great pleasure to be here. I want to thank Bryn for inviting me. I want to thank everybody for your attention. And me being a college professor, I brought some slides. So, 59 years, the Super Bowl has been part of America. And what I've been researching and studying over the past 15 years is how large that impact is. Super Bowl Sunday is an unofficial holiday. A lot of people say it should be an official holiday. It's winter's 4th of July. The economic impact in the United States is over $40 billion per year. And that's all 50 states. So you can do some division there and have some of Connecticut's impact as well. The event has changed dramatically in its first 59 years. And what I want to do here is talk about what we can expect in the next 41 years, changing sports, changing entertainment, not just changing the NFL, but changing everything in sports and entertainment. Super Bowl 100 is only 41 years away. And there are so many possibilities and opportunities that the sports and entertainment industries have for us in those coming years. We can expect innovations and with them creative solutions in media coverage, customization of media delivery, global distribution of media, transportation. I'll be talking in a little bit about the supersonic air travel that's going to change all of sport here within the next 10 years. Stadium architecture and parking. There's so many changes that will happen, and there are a lot of talented people in this state who work in these fields. The amenities that you get when you go to a sports event, food service management, customized seating. Imagine if every time you sat down at a sporting event in an arena, the seat automatically conformed itself to you. Not just sitting in one of these regular, conformed standard seats, but imagine if any place you went, you could have a customized seat. Changes in security, ticketing innovations, and wagering. Whole lot of wagering going on. Connecticut, in its history, has been defined by innovation. It is the home of creative innovation, problem solving that can change sports here, nationwide, and the Super Bowl. Companies and subcontractors that already exist, many of you in this room, entrepreneurs who are right now in grade school or not even born, will see opportunities to embrace and move us closer to this year 2066 when Super Bowl 100 will roll around. Now, what I recommend doing is look beyond sport for new applications that you can apply in sport and entertainment. Here's one quick example. Jimmy mentioned that I brought the ShotSpot and Hawkeye system to the United States. We introduced it to international sports television from a system that Dr. Paul Hawkins was using for cricket. It was a cricket system, and we developed it, and we changed it into what is now its standard across all of tennis. Here's another example of this. We're so used to watching sports with a telestrator, right? You can design where the plays are going, you can write over it. The telestrator was not developed for sports. It was developed by a physicist in Chicago for the public broadcasting show, kids show he used to do. And somebody in Chicago from the channel, from WMAQ TV, saw it and said, this would be great for our weather forecasts. So it went from kids programming to weather to, wait a minute, this would be really good in sports. And John Madden made the telestrator what it is. Media coverage. Expect media coverage. A tipping point is coming in 2027. And those innovators and creative thinkers are right here in Connecticut. Super Bowl 61 will be on ESPN, ABC, and every possible Walt Disney platform. Expect it to be the megacast of all time. And shortly thereafter, shortly after 2027, the number of viewers outside the United States watching the Super Bowl will exceed the number watching in the United States. This year, 127.7 million viewers per minute, an average, were watching in the United States. Outside the United States, 62 million. That creates opportunities, not only for the NFL, but for viewers of sports and those who serve viewers of sports. Transportation is changing. Boom Technologies, which is from Denver, and they've got a factory now operating in North Carolina. Lockheed Martin working with NASA, and Spike Technologies from Boston. They are currently building and testing supersonic aircraft. When this air travel returns in the 2030s, NFL teams will be based in London, Frankfurt, Tokyo, Sao Paulo, and who knows where, because travel across the Atlantic will be reduced down to 3.5, 4 hours. That is very close to the domestic travel. Now imagine what you can do when travel becomes supersonic again. They talk about boom because they got rid of the sonic boom. And I fully expect that with the introduction of overseas teams, global teams, that there will be a Super Bowl overseas. It will raise a lot of eyebrows here in the United States. The NFL will figure out a way to reward all 32 of its teams for sharing the Super Bowl with Europe. But that's what I expect because the globe is getting smaller as travel improves. Think about all of the architects in this state and the architectural businesses. Stadiums built for Super Bowl 100 in the 2060s are going to be a lot different than the stadiums that have been built up to this point. Most stadiums that were in use 40 years ago are no longer in use. So what does that mean about the stadiums currently in use and arenas 40 years from now? The newest stadiums have radically different architecture. Lots of innovations, new ideas to serve fans with new architecture 4 decades from now. This is not just about the NFL. It's about innovating sport. Innovations will be needed for everywhere. Crowds, bottlenecks, delays to serve fans, to serve your customers. Food counters, bathrooms, security, parking, all will change. Voice-activated menu selections, voice-activated payments, automatic delivery systems to any seat, anywhere, and to any home, anywhere. Creative ideas, mass security check-in. Imagine not having to go through security one by one. That should be down the road. And here's something I fully expect will happen. 3-dimensional geomapping of every arena and stadium currently in use and to be in use soon. With 3-dimensional geomapping, the games will move faster. Referees won't have to take breaks to watch replays, judge penalties. Every stadium and every movement within it will be 3D geomapped to the cubic millimeter. So AI will instantly determine if a catch was made, if a player was in or out of bounds, if any contact was legal or not. This is all coming in the next several decades, and anybody in here in those businesses can be part of it. 40 years from now, I don't expect that today's broadcast networks will exist in their current form. Think about 40 years ago, cable was not yet in 50% of American homes in 1985. And now cable is de rigueur, it's passé. 2025, more than 10% of the viewers watching the Super Bowl were not watching it on Fox. More than 10% were streaming the game. Prime Video, which is showing NFL games, has 164 million subscribers in the United States. That is more than ever subscribed to the entire cable television industry, which was the big thing 40 years ago. Think forward. Think about this. You could buy a ticket to the Super Bowl, never leave home. The NFL is going to make billions of dollars by selling multiple tickets for every seat at every Super Bowl. First ticket to a fan is for that person who sits in the stadium seat. Then thousands more can buy the same seat or any other, get the same stadium experience wearing the latest version of VR headsets that'll be around in 2066. There's a great new revenue stream, not only for the NFL, but for all sports. Lots of cross-cultural integration, because the Super Bowl and so many of our sporting events are not just football. It's an entertainment show. It is the most watched entertainment show of the year by far, the highest rated. It's a showcase now for hip-hop. Hip-hop wasn't around 40 years ago. Where will culture take us 40 years from now? Sport is going to increasingly rely on popular music and culture for its entertainment value. The future of sport may very well be in entertainment. Super Bowl 100. Lots of opportunities, lots of possibilities lie ahead in the next 41 years. For the people in this room who are creative, who are curious, who are interested in how things can change for the better, there you go. That's a great opportunity for you. And I'll be sitting over there talking a little bit if you want to come visit me. I've got my new book over there, and a few people thought very nice things about it. Thank you very much. It's great to be here. I hope I provoked a few ideas.
Down to the cubic millimeter. That's like 2 Jim Altmans is a cubic millimeter, I think. It's really interesting stuff, and the frontier and the landscape of venue development and new construction is going to be really exciting. I don't know about a Super Bowl in London, though. That'll ruffle some feathers, you think? Yeah? We'll see.
I think it's a road trip that you become Game Day Connor in London.
Game Day Connor?
Yeah.
Doesn't have a ring to it. I hate it. It's disgusting.
You did the parade this year, right? You did the St. Patrick's parade.
I did the St. Patrick's parade.
That's close.
Also our 3rd national championship parade in a row in downtown, but who's counting?
No, but who's counting?
We'll see.
Okay.
All right. Give me a point in London. Kickoff time in an hour. Doesn't work.
I'd be up for, I think, a Super Bowl in London. We can talk about it because this is the venue and the forum for that, but I would love a Super Bowl. I think a Super Bowl in London would be great.
Jim, you'll be like 96 years old broadcasting on a supersonic flight. I don't know. That's actually good content now that I think about it.
I'd be up for it.
Who's coming up next?
Suzanne is.
Is she?
Yes.
All right. Bring her on up here. We've got the founder and CEO and CCO of AbleMade. It's Suzanne McKenzie. This is the soccer-inspired apparel and accessories brand that combines social giving with responsible manufacturing practices. She's also the host of the Purposefully podcast on iHeartRadio and founder and board chair for award-winning nonprofit UCal McKenzie Breakaway Foundation. Her 26 years of experience includes advertising and design consultancy for brands like Tom Ford, Timberland, Puma, the Olympic Games, and ESPN, among many others.
Suzanne is a 2024 AIGA Fellows Award recipient and was selected and recognized at the White House by President Obama as a global emerging entrepreneur. Her work has been featured in Business Week, Vanity Fair, Vogue, and more. Everybody, please welcome Suzanne McKenzie.
That is a resume. Come on up, Suzanne.
Good to see you.
Good afternoon. All right, one more time. Good afternoon. Better, better. First, I'd like to start with some gratitude for our amazing hosts, both Rebellion Group and Foxwoods, for their leadership in helping shape CT's future. So, a round of applause, please. All right. Okay. By show of hands, I want to know who considers themselves a leader or a team player. Okay. By a show of hands, how many of you consider yourselves bucking the status quo, that same old, same old? And this can apply to if you play a sport, if you're in business, if you're at home. Okay. And by a show of hands, who applies discipline, determination, or dedication to anything you do? And I know that one person, at least one person, should be raising their hand because somebody told me this morning that they made their bed. Okay. So those attributes, I call them an athlete mindset. And it doesn't mean that you ever had to have stepped foot on a field or a court to play a game, but they are certainly characteristics that can build character when you are playing a sport, but you also could, learn those in your daily life, in your upbringing, if you've had challenges in your life. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that today and how I've applied the athlete mindset to build both my for-profit fashion business and my nonprofit soccer foundation as well. And I'm also going to talk about how I've been able to grow and scale my business in the Connecticut ecosystem. So these are some of the brands that I've touched. I listed some of the more athletic and fashion-driven ones, but I, started my career in a very big ad agency in Boston, and have done a lot of consulting on the side with big brands, Fortune 500 businesses, and global businesses. So I'm using that experience and network and community that I've built with those brands to build my own business and nonprofit. So I was a 3-sport athlete starting my non-professional career in 2nd grade. So that's me behind the trophy when I was 12. We won the state of Maine championship for softball and proceeded to come to nationals in Massachusetts, where we promptly got our butt kicked from a team in Connecticut. So this is a full circle moment for me. But I did start to learn about that athlete mindset all the way back to 2nd grade, to this moment, and when I was 12, all the way up through college. And it really helped cultivate these skills of teamwork, passion, the 3Ds, discipline, determination, and dedication, to really help me understand how to deal with adversity and how to build a really enriching team and culture, no matter where I was, whether it was with a friend group or business. It was really, really formative. A really, really formative brand for me to deal with when my dad did Ben & Jerry's refrigeration was Ben & Jerry's. It was literally my first taste of how an amazing brand could marry great tasting product with great branding and great values. So it really shaped how I thought about business and was really formative. Even when I was working with those big brands, I would always find time to do nonprofit work on the side. It was really important for me to give back to the community through my design work. So all of those things between sports and this brand history that I've had and working with some really great brands, and that Ben & Jerry's story about values-driven work really helped me with the hardest moment of my life when I lost my husband to sudden cardiac arrest. He was playing a soccer game in Boston when he was 32, And we weren't expecting this to happen because he had no heart health history. And very shocking, he was a first generation immigrant from Jamaica. He came over to the States when he was just 16 and got comfortable in a new country and culture through the sport of soccer and wanted to pay that forward. He became the first in his family to get his master's degree in Boston. He parlayed that into a guidance counselor position at a local high school and became their boys varsity soccer coach. But he was probably best known in the Boston area for his really great work with underserved and lower income families, and really connected with that group. And this was not only a loss for me, my family and friends, but also to the community at large. The Boston Globe was at my doorstep the next day to find out what happened, but it was definitely life-changing for me. I quite immediately, after losing my husband, started the UCal Mackenzie Breakaway Foundation, which turned 17 this year, so shout out to Breakaway. And I'm going to talk a bit about how we've done that with the Connecticut ecosystem. But quite immediately, we have partnerships with Major League Soccer, all the way from the MLS, NWSL, and USL. Shout out Hartford Athletic. Connecticut Children's, Boston Children's, the public schools in all 3 locations and markets that we're at. And one really big thing I wanted to do is talk about the status quo and the athlete mindset. I wanted to push against the pay-to-play model. I'm over it. And I think it's too expensive. I think the quality is not there. If I rewound to that picture of me playing softball, those are my friends' parents who were coaching us. I think there's a lot to be done in that youth sports space. So I set out with the idea that this is going to be affordable, under $99 for each child to participate. A lot of them participate for $0, and do week-long camps and clinics that brought in people like the New England Revolution players, Christine Lilly, who's the most capped player in the world. Barcelona MVP has come twice to teach our kids soccer. So I didn't skimp on the quality, even though the price was affordable. Another huge differentiation was an hour of education every single day. So I was able to partner with great professionals from Connecticut's Children's and Boston Children's Hospital and other professionals to teach hands-only CPR and AED awareness based on what happened with my husband, but also financial literacy, concussion education, suicide prevention. And we work really, really closely with our public schools and our youth programs to identify the topics that are most meaningful for our kids. With my design background, I also was able to start a relationship with Nike right at the beginning, and they allowed me to design jerseys, jackets, a poster calendar that sold at the MoMA, to be able to start the funding of the foundation, and that sparked an idea for me. I saw a white space. I saw that nobody and no brands were really combining sort of the Ben and Jerry's of fashion, right? So I wanted to combine that values-driven, great product and great branding together. So I started the for-profit, soccer-inspired lifestyle brand, Able Made. So if you can imagine, if Nike had a baby with Sporty Nike has a baby with Responsible Patagonia, and after that baby's born, they have a really cool aunt named Gucci. So we were this intersection of sport, responsibility, and elevated style. Some immediate partners are Burberry, Puma. We've partnered with Project One Way and Apple. And we are a more conscious way of approaching and building and scaling a fashion brand. Fashion is one of the most polluting industries in the world, and the top 3 on many people's lists. And again, bucking the status quo of how things are done in business as usual, we wanted to do it differently. Responsibility is our priority between material selection, inclusivity, manufacturing partnerships is how we define it. Distribution includes Nordstrom, the Luxury One Hotels, Global Citizens, Pharrell's Good Time Hotel, and West Farms right here in Connecticut, as well as online. From a sports perspective, I have never paid a pro player to wear us, and we've been worn across every single major sporting league in the world, including Premier League, La Liga, MLS, USL, NWSL, but also NBA, WNBA, NFL, Major League Baseball. It's been insane. Those are Sue Bird's feet in this picture. We've also identified a whole year in advance this opportunity for revenue with clubs and soccer clubs, and I'm proud to say, without revealing too much, that we've signed an NDA with one of the biggest soccer clubs in the world. We have gotten some love from some really great media as well. Everything has been earned, not paid. And we are planning to get acquired, or that is our goal, so that we can, find a strategic partner where we can grow our business faster than we could on our own. And we have some examples here of what we've seen in the market, and there's an appetite for what we're doing, but in a more responsible, sustainable way. So again, just building on the athlete mindset. In the early days of losing my husband, I just wanted to make sure I could be motivated to get up in the morning again. And I wanted to challenge the status quo of how business was done as usual, in the spirit that he was doing it as well. The teamwork that we have, this brand has been built on partnerships. So I'm just so grateful for everybody who's been on this journey with me. And that 3Ds, discipline, determination, and dedication, is something my husband actually instilled in his teams. And I stole it, and I've applied it for our foundation and the way that we practice our values and work every day. And I'm just going to zip through. I know I'm running a little bit behind on time, so I'm going to go zip through real quick. But strategic partnerships, AKA teamwork, right? So I wanted just to address how I've been able to scale my business in the Connecticut ecosystem. These are all of the brands I've been able to partner with since coming into the the Connecticut market since 2017. We've partnered with the Hartford Athletic and are proud to say that they've been a partner since day one. And they come to our camps, and we actually have our camps right at the Pro Stadium, Trinity Health Stadium. We have our health education, which I mentioned earlier, which has been amazing for the kids and actually becomes their favorite part of camp. Playing in the stadium gives them a place where they can aspire, to potentially play themselves, or just gives them this beautiful, inspiring location to be. It's been amazing for them to meet the teams, especially Hartford Athletic, some of their amazing leadership. We had a year-long pop-up at the West Farms Mall in West Hartford, and we had some activations there with ESPN. This is Frank Leboeuf on the upper right. He actually won the World Cup for France. And Shaka Hislop played for Trinidad and Tobago and also played in the Premier League along with Frank, but had some really great activations. We've also worked with Athletic Brewing Company and Connecticut Art Directors Club. We've had some great episodes on Purposely in partnership with iHeartRadio, and this is Jaden Smith's Just Water, who's a partner for our foundation. And again, it's all about teamwork. And coming into this amazing Connecticut ecosystem has allowed me to scale and grow my brand and my foundation. One thing is just listening and understanding what your strategic partner or potential strategic partner needs and wants. Align on those values and goals and partner. Execute and then repeat. This is my contact information if you want to reach me. We're on Instagram. Those are the handles. But it's been such a pleasure to be here and to be part of this ecosystem. I'm so happy. Thank you.
Suzanne, thank you so much. Both an inspirational story and a very impressive one at that. Thank you for sharing. At this time, we're going to get into the first panel conversation of the day. This will be a facilitated conversation, and panel one is discussing the evolution of sports consumption. Obviously, very hot topic on a lot of people's minds, especially those who are in leadership positions in different sports organizations. So I'm very excited to hear this conversation. Who's moderating it, Jim? See, there we go. I turned off his mic. He didn't know.
It helps to have this on. Well, let's start with more of my broadcast brethren here well, he's from the TV world, but also the radio world. So give it up. You know him, you love him, hoping you listen to him in the morning, unless you're watching the Fox 61 morning news. But give it up for Brian Shackman.
Shameless plug after shameless plug, Jim. Our first panelist is the tournament director of the Travelers Championship and a good friend. Please welcome to the stage Nathan Grube.
Getting ready, Tuesday. It's media day at the TPC. We're all excited. Next up is Carol Stiff, the president of Women's Sports Network, the president of Stiff Sports Media. Hi, Carol, come on up here.
Please welcome on up the chairman of Hartford Athletic, Bruce Mandel.
Hi, Bruce. And Nick Carparelli, the executive director of Bowl Season. Hi, Nick.
Now, just a quick note for Nick. I do know that he has a hard out time, so when you see him leave the stage, he is neither sick nor being disrespectful to you, okay? We're just going to let him make his way to his next appointment.
Does this work? Okay, you can leave now, though, right?
No, we're done. Don't you worry.
That was the worst introduction to me, like, ever. He's a guy.
He's a guy. He's on the radio.
He does radio now.
You wanted me to do it, didn't you?
I would have liked
Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Shackman.
Woo!
Now we're talking.
Thank you, guys. I host the morning show at WTIC News Talk 1080. I did spend several years in television, some of them in Connecticut. I find it so interesting. What was the title again? The evolution of sports consumption. The irony is, and if you guys want to come in from the networking side, come sit down. It's going to be a good conversation. I started my career in the late 90s with a dot-com startup, and now I'm on AM radio. It's the wrong direction. It's a de-evolution? Yeah, but I'm hosting it, so that's the deal. We have a lot of interesting things to talk about with our panelists, but the thing I want to do is sort of lay out what we'll talk about. We're going to talk about elements of AI and streaming, about how they know about their fans, how they might incorporate sports betting into what they do, what the next big thing is for them, what some of their challenges are, what they're doing well. But I think it's really important to get a little bit more of a sense of who we have on the stage, especially Nick and Carol, because a lot of people don't know exactly. The Travelers is pretty ubiquitous here in Connecticut. Hartford Athletic, we cherish our teams here. Like, we cherish the Travelers, we cherish the Hartford Athletic, we cherish the Wolfpack and the Yard Goats, because that's, for sports outside of UConn, that's it, right? And the
How about the
Connecticut's done.
Connecticut's?
Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. And I think it's really crucial for people to know exactly what you do, Carol, and Nick, especially you as well. So I want to start with you, Nathan. Just sort of introduce yourself, how long you've been doing what you do, and what exactly it is what you do.
Sure. Nathan Grube, this is my 21st year here, managing the Travelers Championship. My first 2 years were the Buick Championship in 05 and 06, and then Travelers took over, and this will be their 19th year as title sponsor, which is actually the longest running title sponsorship of the tournament, longer than Canon. So it has been quite an evolution. We lost the tournament, got the tournament back, and now here we are a few decades later as the one of the signature events on the PGA Tour. So it's been quite a ride. Learned a lot, made a lot of mistakes, learned from those, stole ideas from a lot of people in this room, a lot of people up here, whether you knew it or not, and that's what we're doing. So we're 52 days away from the tournament. It starts to keep me up at about 75 days out. So that's where we are.
Hi, Carol Stiff. I'm from 31 years at ESPN. I'm a veteran of ESPN, had a great run. Primarily, my responsibilities were to acquire the rights for women's sports, especially basketball, college basketball, put the UConn-Tennessee game together, launched the WNBA, keep going. Pivoted from ESPN successfully, and now I'm part of the president of the Women's Sports Network. The Women's Sports Network is a streaming channel that you can find on your connected TVs, such as Samsung TV and Vizio. We're also on those new chiclet of channels that you're finding on your TV, if you have YouTube TV, which I do. We're on Tubi, Freebie, Fubo, all of them. So our distribution is quite good. We're in 500,000 homes. And with our network, consider us 24/7, all women's sports. No subscription. We're not behind a paywall. You can leave here tonight or do it now and put us right on your phone. We're there for you whenever you want to consume women's sports. On the network, a lot of questions are, well, what rights do you possibly have? Well, we're limited. We're constrained a little bit by getting the larger leagues in women's sports, such as the WNBA. But those that have the WNBA on ESPN and ESPN2 and Scripps and CBS, and let's keep going now, they go from one game. For instance, ESPN could go from a WNBA game into a MLB game, into a hockey game, and they don't let any of the stories breathe. And that's what we're doing. We're the storytelling network for women's sports. So we're the surround sound of what all those major networks are doing with women's sports. And those are the stories that need to be told and are frankly not being told. And now is the time. So we have a studio out of LA. We're measured by the fact that people click on us. We're not measured by Nielsen. We can get direct feedback from the pipes that we own to show us who's watching what. So we had the League One volleyball, which just finished up. We have Sail GP. We had some NCAA women's basketball games, and much more. So we also are serving, and I'll finish up here, for those sports that are not getting any coverage. So, from surfing to golf to LPGA, all of that is on our network, and I'm thrilled to talk more about it.
That's awesome, Carol. The women's volleyball, I bet, is really taking off. True. I'm Bruce Mandel. I'm the owner and chairman of Hartford Athletic. We're a professional soccer team playing out of Trinity Health Stadium. I also run a company called Data Mail, which is a printer mostly of direct mail here in Connecticut. So very proud Connecticut boy, grown and raised here. And we play in a league called the USL, and we play in the championship, which is the second tier of American soccer. So MLS is the top tier, and the USL championship is in the second tier. 24 teams, teams across the country, in some of the top cities in the country, from Oakland to LA to Pittsburgh to Tampa. And down at Trinity Health Stadium, our season is we start off in late March and go all the way through October. And hope you can all come down and see a game.
I'm Nick Carparelli. I'm the executive director of Bowl Season. I want to start off by thanking the Rebellion Group for having me here. When they first invited me to be a part of this, I learned that they were based in Cheshire, Connecticut, which is where I grew up. So I was like, where is this place? Come to find out, I drove by their current location probably every day of my childhood. So I was probably the only person who was disappointed that this event moved from Cheshire to Foxwoods. I would have much rather
Be a
gone
good
back
place
to
to get something to eat after. You'd know where to go.
100%. Same people still owning and operating most of those places. But thank you. Obviously, growing up in Connecticut, really cool to have an event like this where we can really kind of obviously talk about different sports topics, but at the same time celebrate sports in Connecticut. You really think about it. Connecticut has really been at the forefront of innovating different sports technologies, apparel. ESPN is here. Walter Camp created the modern rules of football in New Haven, and then all the success that various athletes from Connecticut, various sports teams, obviously UConn men's and women's basketball team has had is really, really special. Really happy to see Carol here. My days at the Big East. It was always a big deal when Carol came to our office to visit with our women's basketball team. Carol is, for those of you who don't know, I don't think there's anybody who's done more to advance the national presence that women's sports is starting to get finally, and certainly makes sense you're doing what you're doing now. So. And then Nathan, growing up, I played junior golf on the junior GHO events, went to the Greater Hartford Open at the time every year. In my mind at that age, it was the Greater Hartford Open, was the Masters, and then it was everything else. And I don't think
Still
it's
that
changed.
for me.
Yeah, I'm sure. So great being here. So real quick, bowl season. Everybody knows what bowl games are. Everybody knows bowl season is a time of year on the sports calendar from mid-December through early January. What our organization does is I'm kind of the overseeing organizing body of the 45 bowl games. I help market and promote them. We created the bowl season brand 5 years ago, which was a really cool project. It's not often you get to launch a new sports brand that's 100 years old, if that makes sense. So we, everything we do from our website to our social media, we have a bowl season radio network. We distribute bowl-bound shirts to all the teams, and now ESPN has really embraced what we do as a way of promoting the bowl system as a whole. So you see our logo on the field and bowl season on the crawl. They gave us 30-second PSAs during every broadcast this year. So it's really been an organization that's really kind of benefited all the individual bowl organizations as well as ESPN and college football as a whole. So it's been a fun project for the last 5 years.
Well, I hope it can be a fluid conversation, so feel free to interject as you want. Obviously, you see the stature of our guests on stage, and I guess I want to start with whether it's your audience, your fans, your users, and I'll start with you, Bruce, because I'm curious. We had a great conversation before we came on stage about how you learn about your audience. How do you know your fans, and what do you know about your fans?
Oh, thank you. It's the most important thing that we can do is to gather the information on our fans. And it's not that easy, because if you think about how people buy tickets, it could be one individual and they could be bringing 4, 5, 6, whatever to the game. And the question is really, how do you get that data? Follow-up question is, what do you do with the data? But first you got to get the data. And you have to be creative with it. And we use techniques from doing certain types of lotteries and certain types of giveaways, and just try to make it as friendly as possible to gather that. Once we gather it, you got to dump it into a database, and that's really the gold. And then you're going to slice that up, and we use all kinds of techniques, and whether it's using a large database kind of search engines, whether it's AI or whatever it may be, to really figure out what are the demographics of our fans. And I'm sure Nathan's like shaking his head because it's the whole game, right?
So you get like 4 people come to a game, only one person you know about because they bought the tickets. Your goal is to get as many as the 2, 3, and 4. And then will you actually use that information to like change product mix in concessions and stuff like that?
Yeah, 100%. And by the way, people are buying in concessions, people are buying in merchandise. So those are also touches that we can gather and scrape some of that data out too. And what does that do? That does tell us what are people buying, whether it's food, whether it's merchandise, whether it's the tickets, what type of games are they going, what kind of promotions. If we ran a $2 beer, $1 hot dog night, certain fans come to that.
Which is awesome, by the way.
Which is amazing.
Except some guy next to me bought 24 hot dogs.
Well, there's no limit.
Right.
So I saw you there, Brian, a few times at the beer stand. But once you get that, you can tailor your offerings to it, and that's just absolutely critical. The amount of renewals, I'd be interested in, Nathan, how many people come back to the Travelers Championship. I bet you it's a high percentage.
71%, but we'll talk about that later. Yeah.
No, but 71%, and that's pretty much close to our number too. So these are people that you really want to figure out. Then you got to go find a new pool of people. So how do you do that? So we're looking at lookalikes, right? So if we have a good group of people, we understand the demographics of those people, can we model that? Can we model that? And once we model that, can we then go out and expand that group and bring them in? So yeah, the data, it's a data business at the end of the day, and then servicing our people and the experience that they get.
Yeah, data is king these days. It's interesting to see your approach to that. We know we're we're in the middle of working on a project with the NCAA. As you probably know, postseason college football, the CFP, and the bowl games kind of operate outside the NCAA. But we do try to find ways to work with them. They have a database of fans who travel to all their NCAA championships, women's tournaments, men's tournaments, College World Series, softball, baseball, etc. They came to us and said, hey, can we tap into all the fan data, people who bought tickets to each of your bowl games? And that first data point to a fan might not have a lot of value, but if you identify a fan that bought a ticket to this year's women's Final Four, last year's men's Final Four, and this year's Fenway Bowl, they extrapolate that that's probably a UConn fan. And the more data they have, the more they can really zero in. And in this day and age where it's becoming harder and harder to get people to attend games live and in person because the broadcast quality and the in-game enhancements are so good, having that direct data of fans to specific teams is really going to help every event.
For me, and I want to get Carol's response here too, everyone talks about collecting data and how they do it, but I always am curious if they actually do anything that helps them with it. And right, I'm honest, I wonder, because it's great to have it, but you're saying you can slice and dice it and you actually have actionable stuff you can do.
Yeah, you have to. It's not a choice anymore. It's just how much you're going to spend to do it. What kind of quality do you have in your people that can do it? This is not easy stuff. So you really have to give it a lot of thought, and it has to be top priority at your business in order to really make it worthwhile. So yeah, you got to put the energy and the time in, but you can't survive without it, period.
It's kind of a different matrix for you. I don't even know.
For our fast channel, like I stated, we look at the uniques. So if you come in and you're watching the volleyball that you just mentioned, and then you leave to go get that beer or that hot dog and come back and touch it again, that's too unique. So coming and going is part of our demographic. Also, we can re-air the sprockets off of that volleyball match, and we count that as more uniques. And as a data point, our consumption for the League One volleyball, which is called Love B, we had more viewers than ESPN Plus and DAZN. So it's working because of our distribution. But we can see the pipe coming in, like I said, no Nielsen. And if we see a lot coming in for the volleyball, and this was not the case at ESPN, making schedule changes were frowned upon because the schedule was out through the affiliate group. But we can quickly change things up and completely redo and do stunt programming and do, last week's NWSL game, this year's live, this night's live NWSL game, and then 2 weeks ago's game, and make it a big night of hockey and sell it that way.
Nathan, if you have something to say on that, you can, but then I have a question for you.
No, yeah, kind of on I don't deal much with a network audience, right? My job is really focused on the fans that come out to it, right? And then we have partnerships with the tour and with our broadcast partners that have a different set of goals. But I would say a decade ago, we used to sit in a room, about a dozen of us, maybe 15 years ago, and be like, all right, who do we think our demo is? And people pull out their phones and be like, well, look, it looks like we have people in their 30s, maybe in their, they look happy, okay. It was archaic, and I would think that the thing where we basically turned a corner for us was when we went to the digital ticketing platform. And whether it's Ticketmaster, whoever it is, what you can learn about your fans, and then I think somebody said it, you're gonna ask them what they want, you better deliver on it, right? Once you can do that. So digital tickets for us completely changed our world. And the terrifying thing and the amazing thing about the tournament, what we do, is we're able to build the tournament every year, right? We go to TPC River Highlands, it's a great facility. We build it, it takes about 3 months to build out everything, right? The hospitality, everything, and then we tear it all down. So that's amazing, but it's also terrifying. We don't have a stadium, we can't lean into it, but what's great about it is if we get data back from our fans, hey, I want more family areas for changing stations and things like that. Oh my gosh, guess what? We can build those next time and actively be like, we heard you, guess what we did? And we built this. And then our ticket programs, the military appreciation program that we have, and the healthcare worker and first responder program. I'm going through we have 5 free venues on property. Those came from the fans. Hey, we would love to see this. We would love to see this. But then we had to go do it, right? And then you have to find somebody to sponsor. All of those ideas can be awesome, and they can sit in a drawer unless you have a partner that can bring them to life. So for us, being able to have a direct contact with our fan, who's buying the ticket. Now, I mean, I can tell you who didn't buy a ticket this year, who bought a ticket last year, and we'll ask them why, and then we'll find out. Is it cost? Is it time of year? Is it the weather? Is it, all these different things? And then we can build a plan around that. So I feel very fortunate that we actually do get to build the event every year because we make tweaks constantly to the product based off of that.
I just want to add one more comment here. As obviously a women's sports fanatic, employee, staff, whatever, I committed to buying Mohegan Sun WNBA tickets. How can I sit here and talk about women's sports and how great it is and rah-rah and not commit to buying 2 tickets to some fabulous action over there at Mohegan Sun?
So you didn't just disappear in a poof of smoke.
Yeah. And I know Jen Rosati's here, but getting to, now I know what it feels like to be a ticket owner. And the amount of touch points I get from the Mohegan Sun makes every penny I put into those tickets well worth the time. And Jen, you're doing a great job, and she's constantly sending us, draft night get-togethers and giveaways and everything and anything to make sure that I feel important.
Yeah, just a question for the group too. The other side of gathering all this data on the fans is how you can monetize that through your partners, right? So a big part of our business is selling sponsorships and partnerships, right? And what do our partners really want to know? They want to know about our fans, whether it's TV fans, radio fans, whether it's the fans that come to a game. So the more data, so there's a double hit there. The more data that we can get, really the more value we can bring. And I was curious about the rest of the group too.
You can give a quick answer. We have literally 15 minutes, so I want to make sure we get to some other things.
I'm not trying to take your job.
No, Bruce, this is what I want.
I'll give a quick comment, and you're right. And the data works 2 ways. It works on the tail end and the front end. So we have a lot of potential partners who want to invest in bowl games, and they ask for the data. Like, what am I going to get for this? And in the past, you kind of wung it a little bit, and you had to kind of dance around it. Now you can kind of give them that data, and the more partnerships you have, and the more similar partnerships you could have, we'll say, hey, we had somebody else in your category who left. Here's what they received, and you're likely to get the same thing.
And it's a great segue into artificial intelligence because it's like the data thing. Everyone's like, oh yeah, we're using AI for blah blah blah, and I'm like, really? Is it really helping you do things? Or is this a nice thing for you to say when you're at a client meeting or whatever? And so I want to know. First, I know Nathan, you've had some direct contemporary experience with this today. Maybe, and then you can tell me outside of back office if you actually use it and what you use it for.
Yeah, first of all, I feel like AI is like fire. Like when fire was introduced to mankind. I feel like people are like, it's amazing, it's terrifying. What do we do with it? It hurts me, it helps me. I feel like it's just out there. And there's this relationship with AI where it's like, this is an amazing tool. And yet, how do I maximize the potential? And I think we're going to just continue to learn. For us specifically, I know you and I were just talking about this, a ton of it's back of the house. Literally, it has changed how the time that we spend creating things that we used to create. Tara Gerber, who works with me, she's like, let me check with my assistant. ChatGPT is her assistant. She goes, let me check with that real quick. And so, how we write our sales brochures, press releases, stuff like that. We get ideas and be like, oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that. And then fast forward, we're doing something now with our tickets and our digital advertising. A company presented to us this opportunity. They said, look, I'll give you the summary of it. Basically, create 50 ads digitally. And what we will do is we will modify. You have to give us all the forms of these ads that you're okay with, and we will modify if it's daylight, nighttime, who the people are, if it's a family, if it's a sports fan, if there's crowds in the back, if there's a free hot dog, if whatever it is. We will take these ads and we will send it out, and people are more willing to buy with pictures of daylight and this type of family demographic between the hours of 6 and 9 because they want. They presented this stuff. I'm like, I'm sorry, what? You're speaking English, but you're telling me it's real time, and the boost in tickets that we're seeing, it's measurable. So when I look at that again, I'm gonna go back to fire. I'm like, I just don't want to burn myself, I think we're all gonna make mistakes with it and use it the wrong way, but I think we're gonna use it the right way. But every time we lean into it, it is just fascinating to me how we can get more directly to our partners and actually speak to them in a way that they want to be spoken to.
There's so much to talk about relative to AI. Nathan, you mentioned up front you're more of the, event in person on site. At bowl season, obviously that's kind of the core of what bowl games are, they're community events. But then there's the broadcast side as well. And like you say the word AI, some people don't even really know what that means, including me. But I do know it means a lot of things, So there's the in-person element of AI and how do you incorporate that. But then there's the broadcast elements. So, we just had an annual meeting of everybody who works for a bowl game, does business with a bowl game. We had a presentation from Genius Sports, and Genius, you may know, they're big into data services. They're big in the gambling space, but really also big into AI. And, we've all seen it. You watch a game on ESPN and maybe there's an alternate broadcast where LeBron James turns into a cartoon and it appeals to the younger generation. They showed us ways that AI can help enhance even short form content, how it can be an advantage to sponsors. So Steph Curry takes a shot, and after the ball goes through the hoop, that ball turns into a little dot that says 57% threes for the game, presented to you by Toyota, right? And that could be something that's on network television. It could be something that the event creates and puts it out on social media. And those kind of things get a lot of eyeballs because they're interesting, they're cool looking, and then you deliver that to your sponsor. That's one of a myriad of ways you can take AI to enhance what you're doing, but then also to create more value for your partners and generate more revenue.
We're tight on time. I just want to ask, you can do a raise your hands. Who can monetize social media?
I better raise my hand or I'm not going to have a job.
Are you able to monetize it or no? Not yet?
We're just getting into it.
Okay. Sports betting, there's options. Anyone taking money from sports betting companies?
Define taking money. Do we have partners in this space? Yes.
Are they involved? Can you bet during the game, during the tournament, on the course?
Yeah, with your phones, absolutely. And this is something we had to wrestle with was, are we going to allow it or not? Are we going to have on-site opportunities? It's like, people are doing it.
Don't miss it, Rory. I got 1,000 on this putt.
Listen, actually, sidebar conversation on that later about how our security has changed once sports betting became more prevalent. Yeah, people want to be part of the action, and people want to be part of the action. So,
is all the stuff that you broadcast bettable? Because some of it, I bet, is. Some of it isn't, right?
I think it's just evolving now in women's sports, honestly. I think I want to really concentrate on, sorry, Len Mead, not on DraftKings, but on the QR codes to get product. Because as we all know, women are the buyers in the family. So I'm putting more of my energy and time into that and not in the betting. And the betting lines are just starting to evolve in women's sports.
Yeah, for
you
our
want a partner. You're like, bring it on.
I'm looking for a partner for sports betting. What I do know is that our fans are all betting. And we know it. You can watch them at a game and see it, which is really fun. I think it's all about that experience. And to your point, Nathan, they got it on their phones. I don't really need kiosks or anything like that. But if we could do some in-game excitement, around that, or some special betting inside, if we can make the experience better and stronger, we're gonna have more fans.
I want to just go through. I have so many more things I want to get to, but this is about Connecticut, and I think a lot of it is about, maybe you could take it from the perspective, maybe Connecticut's a little underrated, or maybe undervalued, or maybe underutilized, right? Women's sports, it's incredible. From the Yukon women to the Connecticut Sun, and there's incredible youth girls sports culture in Connecticut. There's great opportunity, but you're national, international. This event is so important to the state, institutionally important. Maybe football. How do you get in to deal with football where on the local level it's important, but we don't have a team like an NFL team, and how do you deal with that and look at a place like Connecticut? And then, with you, Bruce, it's also event driven, and there's a gajillion kids who play soccer in Connecticut, which should be like built-in fans. So just talk about how important, or how do you utilize, or maybe need to utilize more, a place like Connecticut.
Yeah, I'll go first. I think it's all three of those: underutilized, underappreciated. I forgot the three you said.
Undervalued.
I think undervalued for sure. I'm old enough to remember before Gino Oriemo was hired, before Jim Calhoun was hired, and I could tell you it was a very different feel in this state relative to UConn sports. Working in the college space as long as I do, every kind of area of the country has its personality. So the Southeastern Conference fan is very unique. I tell people all the time that the UConn fan base is probably the most SEC-like fan base of any state outside of the Southeast. And it's because of the success of those two sports. I think it's a great opportunity in this new day and age as it's evolving, and we have this NIL opportunity for the individuals who live in this state, the corporations in this state who have really gained a lot from the success of UConn sports to invest back into it, right? Because it's a circular exercise, right? The more you invest, the more success you're going to continue to have, and I don't think anybody in this state should take it for granted.
Yeah, no, I agree, and being in the soccer business, we deal with a lot of people around the country and around the world. And one interesting thing is they look at Connecticut, they look at a map, and they say, you guys are in the greatest spot in the United States. You're right between New York and Boston. You have all this sports going on. You got UConn, you have ESPN. What a state. And then you come back to the Connecticut people.
We're like, it's the worst.
And we're like, we're in between, and I don't know where to go. And I think that you look at what Rebellion did today and brought 650 people here together, and there's a lot of power in this room, and there's a lot of power in sports in Connecticut. So, and I mean, the Travelers is just a marquee event, so we're so fortunate to have them here. So I think we got a lot going. I think an event like this kind of brings it together and can hopefully keep things rolling.
I think Connecticut, obviously, the NCAA and UConn winning it on the men's and the women's side. But if you really want to support women's sports, you need to do the following. You need to watch women's sports. You need to also attend, buy those tickets. I'm on the board at the University of St. Joseph's, where Jim Calhoun coached for a little bit. Those two men's and women's basketball teams, they make the NCAA, yes, Division III, but they make the NCAA tournament. They're competitive and they're competing for a championship. So attend. Go out to the University of Hartford. Go down to Fairfield. Go bring your little ones, and it's usually relatively cheap, if not free, to go. So you need to attend, you need to watch, and you need to buy. And Suzanne was here and gave a beautiful overview on what she's doing and connecting it to a nonprofit. So if you can do those three things, we will sustain it here and go beyond UConn.
And you talk about St. Joseph. I mean, Rona Free is an amazing leader. Patty LaShane, who's done a lot of work there too. Just you talk about women in leadership. That place is like Exhibit A. Their sports came out. How she got Jim Calhoun, incredible, just incredible.
Connecticut, I'm going to say on a personal front and on a professional front. On a personal front, I grew up in San Diego, and I was like, oh, I bet you can't wait to get back. And I said, I have been here 21 years, and you cannot get me out of here with a crowbar. Connecticut has so many amazing things about it that I literally need to be on the tourism board. Like I absolutely love it. Professionally, the biggest compliment that we can get as a tournament, because we bring in people from around the globe, right? Whether it's the players, our broadcast partners, sponsors are global. And when they come in and they see Connecticut and I see them walk away and go, oh my gosh, like this place is amazing. Like the people are amazing. The experience was amazing. This is why the 5 reasons why this is better than some of these other big markets around us. And I think one of the biggest compliments I got was from a player, an international player, and he stopped me after the tournament and he said, I need you to understand something. I don't know how Travelers does it, but somehow you have made this feel like a home game for every single one of us. And that was the biggest compliment, because they said, we just don't get this wherever we go. And we take that seriously, that we represent that brand to every global partner and player that comes to Connecticut. They walk away going, wow, like that was an incredible experience. And so that we're really proud of that.
Yeah, and I don't think people understand two things. Like one is how hard you all work, but I know how hard Nathan works and the resources that Travelers puts into it. I mean, they are incredible. Now I know we have to go, but we were 15 heavy going in.
That's true.
You know, and
That's true.
it's not like radio where I have a hard out at the top of the hour. So I do want to see if there's any questions out there. We do want to pause. I had other things to get to, but I think in the interest of time and everyone's experience, we need to move forward. But if there's any questions to anybody on the stage, please feel free. People don't want to hear from you, Jimmy.
I got one over here. Just tell us your name and ask your question.
Yeah, my name is Owen, and I had a question for Bruce specifically. You mentioned one, but what have you found to be the biggest challenge starting a sports team in Hartford specifically and Connecticut, and what would you like to see more of from this state and its residents?
That's a great question. I'll answer the second part from the state. I do think that we could, as a state, do more marketing and advertising and build ourselves up in a positive way. Instead of playing defense, I'd like to see us play some offense there. And whether it's the women's sports side, which I think we're number one in the country on the women's sports side, I really do, or the men's side, or both. So I really would like to see Connecticut kind of get behind us a little bit more and spend some money to do it. The first question, which is the harder one, which is what is the most difficult thing I think you asked to run a club here. Well, sports is really unique because there's almost two businesses that you're running, a commercial side and a sporting side. And I really think that you could get really good at the commercial side, but to interact with the sporting side, that was a challenge that I hadn't really seen before in my businesses. It was very self-driven. You knew what the goals are. They were very clear. They were very unique. I think in sports, balancing those two things, the sporting side and the commercial side, is very challenging.
All right, Brian, we have a question over here. Stand up and tell us who you are.
Hi, my name is Nate Smansky. I am curious about what you think we can do to grow less popular sports, rugby, for instance, right? Great sport, big internationally. There are two smaller teams in Connecticut, more club teams. You know, what are some challenges that you see and maybe that we can overcome to kind of grow them within the state and use the resources that we have?
I almost feel like this is a question for Carol, because that's what you need to do, right?
Well, we were actually at the end line to acquire this new league, the Elite Rugby League, and they haven't announced who came in, but it got stolen from under us, which I was shocked at. But I think you have to use all your outlets, from podcasting to social media is massive, to local marketing, local television. Just start talking about it and get the word out and, work with the fans and having them have the experience of going maybe to their first rugby game. And I know once they get there, they're going to just fall in love with it. Anything else?
We're going to take one more question, guys.
All right, stand up, tell us your name.
Hi, my name is Matthew Barry. Usually when people are talking about sports history in this state, there's always a certain hockey team that people always want to think about, and it's kind of led to this perception of us being a minor league state in a sense. How could we potentially, A, get past that perception that, we're minor league, we're never going to be good enough for a Big Five team, but also position ourselves where you could almost have like a New Age Whalers in a sense, where you have a team that's based in community.
The irony is not lost on me that I'm wearing this jersey next to you. Understood. All right.
Anybody?
I mean, I'll answer from my perspective. If we look at Hartford Athletic, it's playing in the second tier of American soccer. We have an opportunity to go to the first tier, which was recently announced a month ago. So if Connecticut is serious and really wants to have a first tier, top 5 league team, it's here and it's ready to go. So I think it's really about, do we really want that? I think the whaler thing, our logo has a whale tail in it. I'm wearing the green and blue. Okay, my heart is there, but it's really there as a motivation for the future, right? And where can we go? Connecticut can handle that 100%. The DMA in Hartford is 1.1 million people. The Travelers does unbelievable at their tournament. I think it's the highest attended tournament, or second in the
Close, yeah.
country.
Yep.
And second in the country. Second in the country. So we have the ability and the capacity to be a top-tier state. We just got to go for it.
I think Carol's point is the takeaway to finish with. Go. Buy a ticket.
Agreed.
The Whalers, to be honest, I grew up in Boston. Like, my dad would take me, when we lost our season tickets to the Bruins, he'd take me because we could stay at the Sheraton and go to the Whalers because you'd always get tickets. You could say what you want about the Whalers. Not enough people went. Now, they may not have saved it anyway, but they weren't drawing well. I mean, so, like, if you want, you got to go. You got to support. You got to buy. You have to attend. There's a lot more on the table. Super grateful to you, Nick. I mean, I didn't know much about what you did. It's bowlseason.com, and they get everything, especially in this world where the bowls are different now because it's compartmentalized. What you guys do is great. And obviously, Bruce and with Nathan, we want to support you because these are huge things for Connecticut. And Carol, my daughter says I'm not a girl dad, but I want to be. So, I mean, I
What does that mean?
Well, she wants me to try to make decisions that are in her best interest and not through the lens of a male.
Okay, we could go
Is that the
deep there.
definition? I don't know if that works.
Wow.
But I'm trying.
She's got you.
Yeah.
Bring her to a Mohegan Sun game. I'll give you my 2 tickets.
Deal.
Wonderful
Listen,
idea.
thank you so much to everybody
Thank
here.
you, Brian.
Thanks for-
Thank you,
Thank you
Rebellion.
for listening. And we'll send it back to Connor and to Jimmy.
Thank
Thanks,
you once
Brian.
again to our panel.
Thanks, Nathan. Thanks, Carol. Thanks, Bruce. Thanks, Nick. Nathan, how many days until Travelers tees off?
52.
Who's counting? 52 days. We're going to move to the next panel. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jimmy.
All right, as our first panel exits the stage, I'd like to introduce the moderator for panel number 2, where we're going to have a conversation on elevating fan and workforce engagement. Obviously, some overlap in the parallels that we heard even from our 3 insightful questions about challenges, about opportunities, and about perception. But our moderator for the second panel is the Executive Director of the Connecticut Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation with UConn. Please put your hands together for Jennifer Matthews.
Come on up, Jennifer. We also have Mike Fonseca, the president of the Fonseca Group.
The chairman and CEO of Find and the owner of CT United, Andre Swanson.
Jack Betts, the founder of Make Your Own Legacy Academy. Hi, Jack.
And once again, the Tribal Council Chairman of the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation of Foxwoods. Give it up one more time. Sorry about that. For Mr. Rodney Butler.
Come on up, Rodney. Hey, Jack. And we also have Freddie Vargas. He's the CEO of Tater Baseball, Cheshire-based Tater Baseball. Have you guys been up to date on the torpedo bats? Do we know the torpedo bats? That's Freddie. I might have seen a nice story on that, Reese, like 3 weeks ago.
Thank you for hosting. Good to see you, Rob. Likewise.
All right. I was waiting for some really great theme music to come on. Jimmy missed that for me.
I'm not that guy. I can hum, I can sing, I can tap dance, but I'm not that guy.
Okay, because we want to keep our audience here.
No,
so please don't do that.
Let's keep the audience. We're all
All
here.
right.
Let's do this, Jennifer.
All right, and we're going to end the session today with an amazing panel, and I'm super excited to have our guest here. So thank you, Jimmy, for the introduction. And this intersection point that we talk about at the Shaping CT Future event of the live, the work, the play, we got a lot to talk about today. We're talking about fan engagement, workforce development. We're bringing it all together with sports and entertainment. We're talking about the value of all of that here in Connecticut. Can we do it in 30 minutes and get you guys to the bar and happy hour? Probably. We look forward to having more conversations with all of you after the panel, but really excited to introduce our panelists. And what I want to do, I know we have your name and your title, but one of the things that I think would be really helpful is to share a brief introduction of who you are. So not what you do necessarily, but in other words, provide context to why you're here on this panel and talking about this topic today. So I'm going to get started with Mike.
I have no idea why I'm here, but thanks for having us, Jen. My name is Mike Fonseca, and for the first part of my career, I was a sports agent. I worked for a company called IMG. I was a co-founder of an agency called CAA Sports, and I was at Excel for 7 years. I started a firm about 1.5 years ago that is a sports agency and private equity firm. So basically, still representing athletes, but at the same time looking at investing in businesses across a number of different verticals.
Afternoon, everybody. Andre Swanston, CEO of a company called Find, P-H-Y-N-D. So it's a cloud gaming platform. Background is in tech with TrueOptic that powered all of the streaming advertising on smart TVs. And then before that, I was at JP Morgan. Right now, I guess I'm here because I'm the co-owner of Connecticut United FC, which is new MLS Pro expansion team that we're bringing to Bridgeport.
All right, what's up, everyone? Jack Betts, former Division III student athlete at Amherst College. Actually grew up in Dallas, Texas, but I decided I wanted to make my way up to the Northeast and see what the rest of the country had to offer. During my time at Amherst, I graduated December of 2023. I became one of the first Division III student athletes to make a name for themselves in this brand new world of NIL. I guess now we're a couple years into it now, but at the time it was still relatively new. Also the founder of the Make Your Own Legacy Academy, first of its kind NIL education solution, founded on the basis of helping smaller market and underserved student athletes fully realize their true NIL potential.
I like how he started off. Hey, what's up, everyone? I like Jack already. He's a cool dude. Rodney Butler, again, great to see everyone, and I hope you're enjoying the facilities. I'm here because in order to host, I said I needed to be on a panel, so they just put me up here. So I'm in between you and the bar, and I apologize for that. But look, we have a lot of entertainment in sports relationships, and you know, I look at this from a perspective of the broader sports economy and the different avenues that we play in that, whether it's sports betting or sponsorships or partnerships that we've done over the years, and just a broader scope of entertainment and what we've done here at Foxwood. So there's a great connection.
And lastly, Freddie Vargas, CEO of Tater Baseball. We are a premier sporting goods brand for baseball products. 7th most used bat in Major League Baseball right now, and the #1 used bat in MLB The Show, which is especially for competitive play. For all you esports guys, but as we continue to grow, we're forming more partnerships with agents and players and using their NIL likeness to release products and do cross-collaborative social posts.
Awesome, and thank you for the amazing compilation of this panel to Rebellion Group for getting this group up here. I'm really excited for this conversation. I mentioned, or Jimmy mentioned, that I'm from the Connecticut Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, which is housed at the University of Connecticut. We've obviously won a few championships in a few different sports, so you kind of heard of us. But my passion really is in supporting entrepreneurs, supporting innovation. I've done a lot of work in helping new technologies go to market, and a lot of them have been in sports and games, entertainment, and other spaces. So again, really looking forward to this conversation. Let's talk, speaking of the university landscape, let's talk about how Connecticut universities are navigating the landscape of NIL. So Jack, I'm going to tee it up to you first, just because obviously this is a space you're into. Any of the panelists, feel free to join in. But how do you think NIL has impacted collegiate athletics and athletes specifically, good or bad?
Well, I think like everything in collegiate athletics right now, there are some benefits and drawbacks to it. I remember in the very early stages, kind of from my perspective, I was excited because this was an opportunity for me just to kind of share my story and, I don't know, show what the country, show the rest of the country what a Division III student athlete like myself from Amherst College has to offer. I remember the conversations I had with some of my teammates. They're like, I mean, we're D3 Middle Western Mass. Like, we're not going to be getting anything. I had the same conversation with my head coach, and I proved them all wrong. I garnered a portfolio of over 40 plus NIL partnerships on my own. I like to say we kind of do NIL the right way at the smaller market level, just because I was my own advocate. We don't have a collective at Amherst. I don't have an agent. I do have 2 lawyers who are parents, so I have nice built-in legal counsel, of course. But again, like, I think for us, it's a wonderful opportunity. I saw it as an entrepreneurial incubator, kind of pitching myself to brands, being my own advocate, developing these really important life skills with, you know, not only learning how to speak professionally in a professional manner, presenting yourself, negotiation processes, content creation, with just where the world is going right now in the digital era. But I think in terms of the drawbacks, they are quite apparent. We're moving into a pay-to-play model almost. We're moving into a more professional era, and this idea of amateurism is sort of disappearing. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of arguments that could be made for both sides. I think that Division III athletes, smaller market athletes, athletes within the Make Your Own Legacy Academy that I work with, we're doing it the right way, and we're really getting all the benefits possible from it. But at the same time, our Division I counterparts, they're raking in all of this money, and there are a lot of worries that come with it. You already know the horror stories of professional athletes when they lose all their money. What happens when you put $14 million in the pocket of an 18-year-old? So I think those are just a couple of the things that need to be considered.
Yeah, I'm going to make a comment too, because this is very interesting. As an agent, you know, I was at a firm called Excel, and we represented a guy named Mikey Williams, who was really the first real NIL guy to be doing significant things. We had a $7 million Puma deal for this kid who was, I think he was 17 or 16 at the time. But the common misconception, right, is that there was going to be this flood of cash for these college players across all kinds of sports. And, you know, at our peak at CA, for example, we represented, I don't know, 1,200 athletes across all sports. So I had a pretty good lens into the marketplace for brands and athletes. And these college athletes were saying, hey, listen, we're going to get millions of dollars. And the problem was there was a flood of athletes still competing for the same brand dollars with the MLB players, the NFL players, et cetera, right? What's happening now and since then, and early on it was saying you have the opportunity and the right to go do an endorsement deal. What was happening is you'd have a distributor in Atlanta who owned a Coke distributorship who would go do a endorsement deal with a guy for $1.5 million. Well, I did a deal for Robbie Cano when he was the captain of the New York Yankees, national commercial for Pepsi. They paid him $100,000, and he was one of the biggest players in the world, right? So now you're seeing this trend, the unionization of athletes, the labor shift, right? I was a member of the MLB union and the NFL union. I know what's happening, and the unintended consequence for the NCAA moving the way they moved is a real problem. They're going to end up losing 30 to 40% of their entire revenue to the labor, right? The athletes. But along the way, there's a lot of fumbling. It's very messy. It's very complicated. And I don't envy the NCAA and for those that sort of made the mistakes along the way. But there is opportunity for athletes. There will be a lot more revenue than they ever thought there was going to be. So watch the trends on the unionization of athletes at the NIL level.
And I think the intersection point with the university is really figuring out how the revenue share is going to come into play and what that does for state universities and all of us here that are contributors to universities like UConn, right? So we're sitting here in the amazing Foxwoods Resort Casino, and thank you, Rodney, for having us here. How has sport betting changed new opportunities for both fan engagement and workforce development here in Connecticut?
Well, so it really has shored up the entertainment and gaming industry at large. And so, I mean, many of you drove in from all across the state, some of you possibly 2 hours or more to get here. And so the convenience of being able to play sports betting or do iGaming on your phone from anywhere in the state creates that connectivity here with our property, and same with our sister tribe of Mohegan. And the whole point of that was that we're keeping that economy here in Connecticut. So people that were playing that live in Hartford County or Fairfield County, they're going to New York, they're going to Springfield, they're going to Boston, as opposed to reinvesting those dollars here in the state's economy. And so sports betting has created a whole nother level to that. And the engagement with sports betting is absolutely insane. And I think that's leading to some of the opportunities with NIL and the like, because there's so much more money going into sports because of that. And you see the valuations of a lot of these owners, and I think we're going to talk about that a little bit. It props them up because it's another revenue stream that again, broadens that economy and strengthens those opportunities. And so we're just a small part of that, but entertainment is what we do. And so it was natural for us to get into that field. And also on the other side of that, we've done sports sponsorships and partnerships since inception here at Foxwoods. I mean, we still have a very large box at Gillette. We've been partners with every major sports team in New England and beyond, and we'll continue to do that. But you see more and more of those opportunities that are coming out of just the advent of sports betting. So it's creating additional reinvestment in sports to another level that most people haven't seen.
So I'm going off script here because I'm actually curious to know a little bit more how you're navigating some of the, the online experiences, the mobile apps, making it more accessible to do this at home, as you're saying. are you changing the way that you're driving people to Foxwoods to do that? Like the full experience?
Yeah, no, we're adding another layer, right? So the whole point is to make sure that it's a single experience. And so once you leave the boundaries of Mashantucket, you still feel like you're engaged with the property. And so that's extended on the mobile device. And whether that's sports betting, iGaming, or even social betting, we have that as well. And we make sure that, if you're betting on the Yankees to beat the Red Sox and you win, you could get an extra night at Foxwoods. So it brings people back to the property. Or meal offers, giveaways, shows, and the like. It's all part of that same marketing package.
Yeah, I think that's smart. It's a really smart way to make a local experience truly local and then expand it beyond. So that's awesome. So there's a lot of startups in Connecticut that I'm not sure many people know that are in the sports industry. We talked obviously a bit about the history of sports in Connecticut over the time here, but startups like Victory and Tater Bats are making waves in sports innovation. What makes Connecticut fertile ground for such ventures? And what challenges do you think entrepreneurs are facing in this space? And how can any public or private collaborations and opportunities really support that space? And I'm going to kick it over to you to start since you're with us.
Yeah, I think we are very fortunate to be a engineer-heavy state between all the universities that specialize in STEM classes, that it's allowed folks to innovate the normal goods. So even for us, when we started doing 3D modeling and allowing players to craft their own bat, that's something that most players did not know they can do. And we're doing it on field. They didn't have to go somewhere. And we can predict how hard the ball is going to come off the bat. And kind of tying it back, I think Victory is doing something to the same effect, as well as a couple other a couple other companies in Connecticut that are really pushing the boundary, because I think being from Northeast and only being able to play a sport for a certain amount of time, we don't get a lot of the credit besides having UConn be the basketball center of the world. But there are a lot of professional baseball players, soccer players, football players that come from this state. And I think there's a lot of passion in sports in Connecticut, and when someone that cannot make it to the top of the food chain in terms of professional sports, they find another way to be a part of it, whether it's creating a product or an agent and things of that nature.
Yeah, I love the tie-in with manufacturing. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'll touch on that too. I think what's important about Connecticut is that the talent is critical, but it's not just engineering, right? When you talk about a startup going to market, there's a lot of the biggest marketing talent in the country is in Connecticut. Some of the biggest marketing firms are in Connecticut. Connecticut is kind of the sports media capital of America, right? Between ESPN, NBC Sports, Yes Network is actually in Stamford, right? Not in the Bronx, right? So there's, you have the casinos that are attracting world-class talent there, and there's just kind of correlation between sports and just broader entertainment. Also, when you talk about the public-private partnership with funds like Connecticut Innovation Funds that like actually led my seed round in my first tech startup, so access to capital. I think one of the things that's really interesting about this, and I think kind of thematic for a lot of the opportunity for Connecticut, is keeping those funds and that talent in the state of Connecticut. I think for too long, Connecticut has kind of been the place where people come to get money and get talent, and it leaves, and a lot of it goes to New York and Boston. And so the point that you made about keeping that money, right, by instead of people going and doing online gambling to something in New Jersey or Vegas or something like that, the fact that they can be able to do sports betting here and it's impacting Connecticut, or get the engineers here, so they're not going to Louisville, right, to make a bet. They're making it here. And so I think just thematically, for me, that was even one of the big motivations for trying to bring a soccer team here. Like, I was going to invest in a group that was trying to buy Sunderland a few years ago, and then I almost bought Memphis 901 FC, a USL team in Memphis. And then I just said to myself, why am I doing this? Why am I spending money halfway across the world or halfway across the country when we can do it like right here?
Can you tell us a little bit more about the sports team that you're...
Yeah, no. So Look, one of the things that I think people don't appreciate is Connecticut is the most densely populated market in America without any of the top 5 major sporting leagues. We have no NFL, no NBA, no NHL, no MLB, no MLS, right? We have the highest ratio of Fortune 500 companies in the country for any market without any of the major sporting teams. We're the highest soccer viewing market in America without any of the top 5 major sporting leagues. And so it's just math. It's just like common sense. It's a massive opportunity, both for men's and women's, right? If you look at the 3 top brands in all of women's sports in America, you have the U.S. women's gymnastics team, you have the U.S. women's soccer team, and UConn women's basketball. Those are the 3 biggest brands in all of women's sports, right? Connecticut for 30 years now has been one of the biggest supporters of women's sports. So it just makes sense. You have the Connecticut Sun, right? Like, we need an NWSL team in Connecticut. We need an MLS team in Connecticut. And so another reason why we really thought that we did it is when you look at that I-95 corridor, when you talk about things like naming rights and sponsorship rights, you're talking about that Bridgeport area being there's more traffic that passes our stadium site in Bridgeport than crosses the Brooklyn Bridge every day. Right? So I'm not like some genius or anything like that. It was just Captain Obvious.
You kind of are.
When you expose yourself, when you get exposed to like all the facts, it almost seems absurd. We also have a ton of pro sports owners that live right here in Connecticut. And half of them are traveling across the country, across the world to go see their team twice a year. You know, I'd rather travel 20 minutes, right? So
I'm going to say this. People forget that Bridgeport was the fastest growing city in this country in the late 30s, right? Because of the bones, because of the infrastructure, because of the proximity. Nothing has changed, right? And I think what you're doing is incredible.
Thank you.
And that's kind of the point. Mike, we had a quick chat on the phone yesterday and just talking about really everything that we're both doing. And one of the things that I thought was really interesting is the talent. And it goes back to kind of the conversations that we're saying that we're a small state, but there's always someone just one phone call away. And our connection, our community, our network is small. And that's what I love so much about the state. So we're helping entrepreneurs, we're helping different sports teams come in, different facilities that are being created, this collaborative environment where people just want to get on board with things that are really cool and make sense. I think this event is shaping CT's future, not talking, about how it's, the Connecticut experience was shaped in the past. We're looking at the future, and I think it's really bringing people together like this in this environment, having conversations, and collectively thinking, how can we make this really great in the next 5 to 10 years?
I'm also going to add, because somebody said earlier about the talent, right? And after COVID, I met some new friends today, a bunch of Octagon guys, where Octagon's one of the biggest agencies on planet Earth, right? And the number of people that I've seen from the sports industry that because of COVID came to Connecticut, I mean, some of the most impressive, most connected, most impactful people in the world of sports live in Connecticut, right? There's so much talent, there's so much opportunity, and I encourage the state to create incentives for these people to be entrepreneurial, to be creating new companies, just like some of you guys have done.
So Mike, I'm going to kick this question over to you. Can you share examples of co-investment in sports infrastructure that have positively impacted local communities, or how future investments can make an impact on towns and communities across Connecticut?
I'm not going to talk about sports, because I'm going to talk about, I think, one of the best examples, and it goes back to Bridgeport specifically. I live in Fairfield, and I used to drive by that corridor all the time when that community where Boca and where Steel Point is, right? That was one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in the entire state 12, 15 years ago, right? And what Bobby's done in the development, Bobby and I had this idea with our partner Jennifer in the beginning of COVID to start the only private invite-only yacht and charter show in the world and bring it to Bridgeport. It blew people's minds. They're like, you've got to be kidding me. Why are you bringing this yachts, helicopters, jets, this sort of luxury lifestyle event to Bridgeport of all the places, right? But to your point, it's the proximity, it's where it is, it's the facility he's built, and what Howard's done with the amphitheater is next level. He's getting some of the biggest music acts. That's Live Nation's #1 privately owned amphitheater in the entire system of Live Nation. That's in Bridgeport. The proximity, the world-class facilities. everyone loves that experience, and I think that's a great example of those two groups, plus what you're doing, is literally changing the face of Bridgeport that's been in a rough spot since, I don't know, the 1960s, 1970s. So I think that's a massive opportunity, and to what I think what someone was saying earlier today, you got to go, you got to support, you got to be a part of it, but there's going to be a massive shift in what Connecticut is doing based on what some of those folks are doing in Bridgeport.
Well, and just adding to that, right? I mean, people underestimate the size of the sports and entertainment economy in Connecticut, right? I mean, just here at Foxwoods alone, we generate $1 billion of economic impact. $1 billion, just us. And so you multiply that with Mohegan and UConn and all the other venues that are out there, and it's a major contributor to the state. And so getting the state to understand that a little bit of investment in that infrastructure in Bridgeport and other locations will go an incredible long way and pay for itself 10 times over. Because, I mean, again, the sports are so powerful, and people literally fall, I mean, you guys are in it, you live it every day. People are falling over themselves to be a part of it and to invest in it. And if we set up the right infrastructure and the right, investment modules in Connecticut, it'll explode here.
I think one thing to add to your point that is why Foxwoods and Mohegan Sun are so important is because you're also bringing money into the state from out of the state, right? You're bringing tourism, you're bringing people that are coming here. I think one of the things that cities like Hartford, New Haven, Bridgeport for sure, even like a Stamford, Danbury, Waterbury, a lot of that revenue or is in the state. We're not doing things to support those cities with helping to attract more people from out of state, and that's something that sports can kind of uniquely do. And so, and entertainment in ways that it's really hard for anything else to kind of drive that type of interest coming into the state.
And we talked about the intersection of the live, work, play, and we want to drive people to live here, to stay here, to grow, especially, our younger generation. They're graduating from college. They want to be in a place that's cool, that there's things happening, that's accessible to them. We are hosting our podcast down the hallway, and we're just having conversations with really great guests about the accessibility of sports and entertainment in Connecticut. Like, you can drive up to somewhere, find parking, and go to these really cool events with people, and it's so much easier than really anywhere else. And it's just a great thing to continue to remind ourselves of what we have available here. So in a couple of minutes, I would love to turn it over to the audience for a couple of questions before we wrap, and I'm going to ask the panel, each of you, and you can go in any order that you want, just to really kind of leave us with a thought, an opportunity, something that we can consider in this space, something you wish you could change, something you think we're on the right trajectory forward to making improvements in this space.
I can go first, since I went first to begin with. I think for those of us in the audience who are involved with collegiate athletics or work with student athletes, I think continuing to put forth the best interests of our student athletes is something that's extremely important. Protecting our student athletes, making sure that they're well involved, understanding financial literacy and matters of that nature. Because with a lot of the athletes I work with, some of them do come from backgrounds where that's not the type of conversations that they have. So ensuring that the future of sports business kind of does rest on the shoulders of the current student athletes, and as they move into the professional realms, we want to make sure that we're protecting them and putting them in the best possible situation. So for those of us in the audience who are involved with collegiate athletics in any capacity, I just ask that you continue to work in the best interest of our student athletes. And as the new NCAA settlement comes out and revenue sharing starts to happen, that's an entire Pandora's box that we could spend a whole other panel talking about. Just continuing to make sure we protect our student athletes, and yeah, that's all I'll say.
Just in line with student athletes, I think using UConn, and proud alum of UConn, and so as several of us are here, using that as the model, right, and knowing that if you invest in a high-quality sports program, the people will come, right? And there's capacity in Connecticut to support that. And so to look at the failures of the past of, where XL Center may be or Rensselaer Field may have not hit the expectations that we had expected, it's because we didn't do the right investments and didn't do the proper planning. And again, the talent is here, the fan base is here. We just have to put we have the most brilliant minds in the country living in Connecticut. Let's just use that talent, innovation, and focus on developing those opportunities. And again, the fans will come and the teams will be supported.
So I went to an event last night and I had an opportunity to hear Gino speak, and he is phenomenal talking about leadership. And just something you said really, really hit me is that the investment, it's not drop and go. It's we're putting money in, or we're putting investment in, we're building relationships, but it's to continue to feed and support that investment. And as things change, as the environment changes, as global pandemics and other things come in, we have to think about how we're doing things, and it has to be done differently in order to build a future and not just let something crumble away, right? That initial investment to go down.
And again, not to consume the mic, but Mike made a great, I mean, we have the most successful amphitheater, privately owned, in the country, in Bridgeport. I mean, no one would ever think that, right? But that tells you if you do it right and you focus, it can be successful here.
So I'm going to go off the cuff here because my partners are probably going to hate me for saying this, but as I'm thinking about how do I contribute, I've been in Fairfield for 20 years. I'm a California guy, San Diego guy, so the gentleman earlier today is from San Diego. We're going to talk in a little bit. But we're in the middle of finalizing. We're about to buy a Liga MX soccer team in Mexico. And I was thinking about, like, here I am feeling guilty because my partner here is buying a team and building it here in Bridgeport. I'm like, shoot, we're basically taking the money to Mexico. So now we're going to be sister clubs, exactly. So what we're going to do is we're closing the team in about 4 weeks, and I will promise that at least once a year for the next 10 years, we'll bring that team to do a friendly in Bridgeport.
Videotape.
Yeah, that's my commitment to the state of Connecticut.
That's great.
That is good.
So, go ahead. Go. You go. So I would say the one takeaway is the state's just got to believe in itself, right? I mean, I'm born and raised in the Bronx, but I went to Hotchkiss in 1996, so I've been here essentially 30 years in the state of Connecticut. And what I find the difference is that Connecticut just doesn't believe in itself sometimes, even though we have, in many respects, more reasons to do so than a lot of these other states that seem to for some weird reason, right? And so I think that means we can't be penny wise and pound foolish. We have to make actual real investments, right? So the UConn Center for Economic Analysis said an MLS team in Bridgeport would create $4 billion of economic impact, right? We already have hundreds of millions of dollars committed going into the project. So what would we even be talking about in terms of not supporting that with additional resources for infrastructure and for other things to make it happen? We already have ESPN, like I said, and NBC Sports and CBS Galazo and all these people. Like we have two of the biggest, most successful casinos in the country. We have a lot of the infrastructure. We have the talent. And so I think we've just as a state have to say to ourselves, yeah, why not us? Like, let's do it.
It's so funny that you say that, because I really think that we really take ourselves for granted. And I listened to Dan O'Keefe, our commissioner at DECD, he goes around and he's been doing a lot of really great talks about the impact of Connecticut and the growth we've seen over the last 4 years since the pandemic. And one of the things he said is we remember the negative statistics about the state much more than we remember all those things that you're saying. And the accolades are long. That list is long. We're first, second, third in a lot of different categories, but for some reason we remember where we're 50th a lot of the time, right?
Yeah, and while you guys were all going on, and to give you some thoughts on what I've been experiencing, we started top of market. We went straight to the MLB players. But one thing that I've been passionate about this year specifically is youth sports, because without youth sports, that's our future generation of ball players and fans. So that's one component I think that is very important for us as a community, is to leave sports like baseball, which is becoming a very expensive game, accessible to your inner city communities like Waterbury and Bridgeport, which is something that we started doing this year to try to continue to fuel the student athletes to play competitive baseball at Division II, Division III, Division I, and potentially make it to the next level. But those are our next generation of fans, and without those youth players, if they're too fixated on other things like social media or other distractions, we may not have that fuel that we have in Connecticut.
Awesome. Jimmy, do we have time for one or two questions?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's take a couple of questions. Let's see, Connor?
I have a gentleman right here who had his head in his hands at one point, so I'm excited to hear what this question is. Go ahead.
How's it going? My name's Anthony Reed. I'm from Hartford, Connecticut. And it's funny that you all, talk about the great things that you're doing. I personally want to bring an NBA team to Hartford.
Bring it on.
But just like you like it was stated, we have to believe in ourselves, correct? So how do we kind of create that? Because, when I have, through my development of, my plan of what I would like to introduce to possible, investors and sponsors, you hear you're in between New York, two historical franchises between the Knicks and the Celtics, and now what was the New Jersey Nets now is the Brooklyn Nets. It's like, so how do you overcome that in a way? Because for me, as a salesman, anything that's negative is always something that I can overcome. That's just my mindset. But how do you kind of instill that within the actual community abroad?
So I'll comment on that. I'm on the record saying that when Connecticut looks at the opportunity for the top 5, that the NFL is impossible and the MLB is impossible. I just don't think it's ever going to happen, or at least not in this generation, in the foreseeable future in the Connecticut. I just don't think it's viable. I personally think the NBA would be very challenging to bring as well to Hartford or any market in Connecticut, exactly for the 2 reasons, because the Celtics and the Knicks are 2 of the kind of biggest, most loyal fan bases and have deep penetration into Connecticut fan bases. But Oklahoma City Thunder exist and other markets that are nothing compared to Connecticut. So, so even me saying that that's impossible is more like it's improbable, and it's kind of improbable that anything that I've done has happened in life. So I don't, I'm just saying that as a reality check, but that shouldn't deter you in terms of making it happen. A lot of people think the NHL is viable, but I can tell you, relative to like all the NHL owners that I've talked to, they can rattle off like 10 other markets that they are more interested in coming to than Connecticut, even though we had the Whalers. One of the reasons why I looked at soccer in particular was because, again, my last company, my tech startup, managed all the data and analytics for advertising. So this is kind of what we did. We saw that there was very low brand affinity to NYCFC, New York Red Bulls, or New England Revolution to the majority of Connecticut fans. They really didn't care. There was almost just as many LA Galaxy fans in Connecticut as there were for any of the New York or Boston teams. And so we said that we can break through the noise. And I think if I were you, what I would look at and see is there enough of a fan base in Connecticut that isn't diehard Celtics or New York to then prove your point? And I think if there is, then it's viable. If there isn't, then I don't see the league approving it if they don't think it's creative. So
we have another question over here, but I have to jump in and say I would love to see the NHL come back to Connecticut, into the greater Hartford area. And I look at what happens with the Yard Goats. I know that it's not 18,000 seats or 17,000 seats. You'd have to build a new venue. What happens to downtown Hartford? Would they feel left out if it wasn't there? But I was a reporter in Columbus. They sold out every game. I was in Utah 2 weeks ago. That place was full. We have the backbone here, I think. We have the fans. And I think the time perhaps would come. Obviously, you have to have somebody who's got the pockets to be able to bring them. And you'd have to build quite a substantial brand new venue. But these guys get 6,800 every night. You see, we'll get 100. What will we get? 200,000 for the Travelers. I get that's in a vacuum, but it's become one of the most.
The Whalers would sell out in Hartford. I don't think anybody questions that the Whalers came back. So the Whalers have one of the highest selling retro jerseys in the league. 30 years later, right? So I don't think anybody questions that. I think it's more a question of, will the NHL look at it from the economics of the standpoint of additional new fans? Does it add more than another market? Because the challenge with Whaler fans, and I'm the guy saying Connecticut should believe itself. Right. I also just study data for both sides. The challenge is that it's not that the Whaler fans have stopped watching hockey. They just watched the Bruins and the Rangers and the Islanders. If Whalers fans just said, you know what, we're not watching anything until you bring back the Whalers, then all of a sudden Hartford is a better market than like Atlanta and some of these other places that they're talking about going to. I think it's all just money and math, right?
Well, I was just going to say, shaping Connecticut's future, hashtag boycott the Bruins, boycott the Rangers. That's the takeaway.
I didn't say that for the record. I have like every billionaire in the country pissed in me. I did not say that. I'm just saying that would change the metrics. You know.
I just think that's just my opinion. Is look, my finger's been on the pulse of this market for 20 years, and perhaps 20 years ago, it might not have worked. But I think now, with the corporations we have, with the insurance, with a lot of the people in this room who have, they've got a lot of influence. The optimist in me says, I would love to see it happen. But don't get me wrong, I don't jump on that bandwagon when there are these rumors about, we'd love to see the Whalers come on. I'm not doing that story for TV unless I see somebody come in and say, yes, we have a plan. Why? I'm getting too deep. I don't want to get too much in the woods. Why wouldn't we go? Rentschler Field has plenty of room to build a stadium. There's plenty of land there. That would be really wonderful for this area, and I think it would be supported. But we have another question.
Hi, this is pointed at Rodney. My name is Bobby Sue Doyle Hazard. Rodney, with the Connecticut law that prohibits sports betting when it comes to a Connecticut college, what do you see happening with your users of your platform? Is there a big opportunity missed, obviously, with the UConn basketball scene? And do you think there will be any forward progress from a legislative standpoint in Connecticut?
Yeah, from the legislative front, my sense is that it's not going anywhere this year. So anyone that was hoping to bet on UConn, I apologize in advance. Now, from a pure math perspective, and a little bit selfish, right? I mean, I bleed blue. I love UConn through and through. But what happens in states where you can bet on the home team, so everyone would have bet on UConn women winning the national championship, and the operators would have lost a crap load of money on that. So I'm not disappointed that we can't bet on UConn from that sense, but it also keeps, I am in the camp that, there is some level of potential influence, and I think Jack talks about this a little bit in what he sees on college athletes. There's a lot of stress on these very young, impressionable minds. We've all been there, and so I think if you can take one level, out of that stress, then we're okay with that. Look, there's a lot of money to be made. There's a lot of sports to be bet on, and the excitement, as I was saying earlier, is ubiquitous. It's everywhere, and it doesn't just reside with betting on your own team. It's just sports in general and the opportunity to look at other teams. So, it's not hurting the overall economy from a sports betting perspective to not be able to bet on UConn or UHeart or Sacred Heart or what have you. But legislatively, I just don't think there's an appetite for it anyways.
One more over there.
You want to do one more?
Yeah, we'll do one more in the back. Go ahead, yeah. On your side, Jim.
Jack, you're up.
Jack, my name is Carol. I own a real estate business in New Haven, Connecticut, and we signed an NIL with a Yale University basketball player. And we had a lot of fun, but it turned into a little bit more of sponsorship because they get so busy with the season and also their personalities, right? They don't want to put on their Instagram everything about my real estate firm. What's your advice to try to get a spokesperson or someone that you back that understands small business and how it's a two-way street?
I love that question, actually. I don't think I've ever fielded one like that before. I think it's all about fit. I love Yale University. I've got a lot of friends who actually have gone there. One of my best friends was a swimmer there. But at the same time, like you mentioned, all of their academic commitments, all of their social commitments, and of course, you throw onto that their athletic commitments, it's difficult to find time in order to work with these athletes. And most times, your Yale athletes are going to have a larger following than maybe a Wesleyan or a Trinity, but I wouldn't completely discount the idea of maybe working with some of these smaller market athletes. I think the overlap of this small business idea, that's kind of a similar mindset that I came from, quite honestly. I wanted to work with kind of maybe startups or smaller businesses, just because I think a lot of overlap occurs, just because they're trying to get started. Maybe I'm trying to use my platform to continue to bring attention to them, as opposed to just going out to a Nike or an Under Armour or some of these larger businesses and just being like, hey, I'm a smaller market athlete, can I even work with you? But again, I think it comes down to fit. I think it comes down to finding the right athlete who you believe, and there's a whole evaluation key that I use with a lot of my athletes to making sure it's not only the right brand for them, but it's a two-way street. Again, make sure the brand for them is the right athlete. So it's a difficult quandary, most definitely, and I wish I could give you a better answer, but I think maybe just a little bit more due diligence, and don't completely discount working with the little guys. I think that would be my best answer for you.
Well, I also think what Mike was saying earlier, right? I mean, it's a little bit of a mess right now, right? And people are trying to figure out what is NIL and what do you get for it, and who should be getting it. And so that's going to have to sort itself out. I would imagine that the student that you sponsored or did an NIL with probably thinks it was a sponsorship, right? In their mind. So I mean, everyone's trying to figure out what it means. And until we get some, get some sand under our feet and get a little more steady, I think you're going to have a lot of instances like what you're experiencing, and probably some of the student athletes feel the same way.
I'm going to say one thing too, which I shouldn't, as a guy who represents these athletes, but the reality is, an agent or an athlete can say the right things, right? And you're going to hear it all the time, and I've done it. I've been guilty of it myself. But when you can sit down with that athlete and really understand and connect, you're going to know very quickly if this athlete means business and cares about your business and wants to lean in and be a partner, or they want to get a check. And I've represented some of the biggest athletes on planet Earth, and I hate to say it, but I'm like, I knew it was going to be a disaster because this guy just wanted a check, and the brand was just in love with this athlete. I'm like, this guy's not going to deliver. I'm giving you a heads up right now. You can write a huge check, but to your point, some of my best clients that I brought with me are the ones that you don't recognize, you don't know, but they're the ones that are going to work the hardest. They're going to make the biggest impact on your business because they're going to roll their sleeves up. They're going to go meet with customers. They're going to create the right content. So sometimes you give up some of the prestige or some of the sort of brand association with the bigger athletes, but there'll be a greater positive impact on your business if you can go down to the grassroots and find the right personal fit that's going to be an extension of your brand, an extension of you as the founder.
So I work with a lot of entrepreneurs that are looking to work with different players, right? So to be able to leverage that. And one of the things that I always say to the entrepreneur side is, does this align with your brand? Is this somebody that represents authentically what it is you're selling and what you're doing? Because there's a difference, I think, between selling something because you have a sponsorship or doing it because that person genuinely loves your product or service. And that's maybe where I'd find an alignment there is, did you find a connection or build a relationship because they genuinely care about what it is you're offering? And I think that becomes a little bit better of a return on that investment.
Excellent. Hey, give it up for the panel, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you to Jennifer, to Mike, Andre, Jack, Chairman Rodney Butler, and Freddie Vargas. Thank you guys so much. Sam, why don't you come up? We're going to talk a little bit about wrapping up tonight and what is on the horizon for the next Shaping CT.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to all of our panelists, all of our speakers, our moderators, Brian Shackman, Jen Matthew. Thank you to our podcast guests. All of this content is available on Fox 61. It's available playback, so you can watch it tomorrow. Next event is June 12th. We're going to be focused on entrepreneurship and leadership here in Connecticut. So that should be an awesome event. We'll probably do something different that time as well in terms of format, and I don't know what we're going to do, but we always do something different. Also, big thank you to our sponsors, Avello, Litchfield Distillery, Ripe, Yale, Metro Hartford Alliance, HB Live, Advanced Orthopedics, NBC, Owl's Brew, Owners, GSB, Fox, Tenga, Premium, and Accelerate Sports. Thank you guys all so much. I really appreciate your time. Hope you had a great time. Hope you learned something, and I hope you come next time. So thank you.